from some type of mental health issue. And so the cost of keeping those people locked up at that time I was county commissioner was about $81 per day. So we spent over $20 million a year of taxpayers' money in this community providing lockup services for people with mental health issues, and that's not where they need to be. We need to do everything we can, and we appreciate what you do for early intervention so that those folks don't end up in our county jails. So thank you all very much. God bless you for what you do. Thank you.
There's a lady in the back, I can barely hear. If you can see me, I can't see you. So if you need to move more. Like this guy, I cannot see you. That's better. Thank you.
Sir. All right, and along those lines, we're going to introduce Councilmember Michael Hunter, who is going to help us with the next proclamation, which is teen mental health. That has to do with teen mental health awareness also. Wait, no, this is... Okay, so... Oh, we're doing teen first. Okay. Okay. All right. So this is a proclamation for Teen Mental Health Awareness Week, and Councilmember Michael Hunter will help us read this proclamation.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Whereas Veterans Memorial High School Principal Scott Walker and Assistant Principal Tamara Ritchie, Sarah Baumgartner, and the senior student Bella Trevino are working to improve mental health and development of high school students in Texas. And whereas Veterans Memorial High School administration staff and students are dedicated to building better futures for students in our district and surrounding communities by providing resources to focus on their mental health. Whereas programs like Veterans Memorial High School Calming Room and resources that support mental health for all high school students are crucial to their futures, and whereas all students and their families across the country and in the Coastal Bend deserve access to mental health resources, support, and care, not only at home, but in school as well. And whereas providing access to mental health resources that might not be available at home will support students dealing with crisis. And whereas offering access at the moment of a crisis will help students return to class without having to leave school, which impacts their education. And whereas students who suffer from mental health issues deserve a space to re-enter themselves and learn crucial self-care that will help them for the rest of their lives. Now, therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in the Mayor of Corpus Christi, our City Council, and City staff, we do hereby proclaim May 15th through the 21st, 2022, Teen Mental Health Awareness Week. Thank you all for what you do. Appreciate it. proclamation. Who's doing our?
All right, my name is Scott Walker, proud principal at Veterans Memorial High School. I want to thank everybody here on the City Council for having us this morning. Thank you to our executive leadership for being here. Of course, our amazing students, Ms. Baumgartner, our counselor, and Ms. Ritchie, one of our assistant principals. We started this project probably about a month and a half ago, maybe 2 months ago, with an idea from Bella. Came to my office with an idea, and it was such a great idea, and it was so relevant to the times, especially for our students and their needs. And with Bella's idea and her support and the support of her family, our campus, basically everyone on our campus had a role in putting this room together. We were able to create a space for students to come and be able to recenter or decompress or whatever they are based on whatever feelings that they are feeling at the time, and then to be able to get back into their classes where they can receive their education. And as part of that, we've also not only have a place for students to come where they can recenter, but there's also a lot of educational pieces and components in there to provide resources to empower our students and to give them skills that they can use at that moment, and then skills that they can use and take with them later on in life. And so we're really proud to really, I guess, be a pioneer of this room, and we're really seeing this idea really start to take off in other schools around the city, hoping around the state, and eventually around the country. So thank you again for everything. We appreciate it, and really this idea obviously would not have happened without Bella. So thank you.
You can get a little bit closer. Yeah. Please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you all, everyone, for your leadership. Appreciate you. Oh, you guys are stay up here? Yes, yes. All right, we got one more that we're going to do, and we're going to ask Councilmember Gil Hernandez to come down and help us out with this one here. This is in congratulations to the dedication of Bella's Room at Veterans Memorial High School.
Oh, you know what? Need my glasses. Okay. This certificate of commendation awarded to Bella Trevino, senior at Veterans Memorial High School. On behalf of the City of Corpus Christi, I want to congratulate Bella Trevino, a senior at Veterans Memorial High School, for her community service. After noticing a student who had a panic attack, Ms. Trevino recognized that mental illness is becoming an increasingly common problem amongst teenagers and began creating a calming room for her fellow students. Being mentally healthy during childhood and adolescence means reaching developmental and emotional milestones and learning healthy social skills and how to cope with when there are problems. Mentally healthy adolescents have a positive quality of life and can function well at home, in school, and in their communities. Mental disorders among children and adolescents are described as serious changes in a way they typically learn, behave, or handle their emotions, which can cause distress and problems getting through the day. Without early diagnosis and treatment, adolescents with mental disorders can have problems with home, in school, in forming friendships. Mental disorders can also interfere with an adolescent's healthy development, causing problems that can continue into adulthood. The entire city of Corpus Christi is very proud of you and salutes your efforts on dedicating this room to the students of Veterans Memorial High School. By providing this calming room, students now have the opportunity to take the resources and space provided to focus on themselves, their needs, and mental health. May all who enter Bella's room find peace, understanding, and comfort. Congratulations on the dedication of Bella's room at Veterans Memorial High School. In testimony thereof, I hereunto set my hand, or should I say the mayor's hand, and cause the affixed seal of the City of Corpus Christi. Signed, Paulette Guajardo, May 24, 2022. And may I add that Veterans Memorial is in District 5?
That's a keeper right there. 1, 2, 3.
One more. Right there in the middle. There you go. Okay, where am I? No.
Sorry,
they
we
were
photobombed,
photobombing. Hold on 1 second. No, you're good. No, you're good. That's it. Thank you. Almost
Sorry,
it.
sorry.
No, you're good.
I just wanted to get Mr. Walker in there real quick, if we can. With all of y'all's, look at all of your commendations. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Yay!
Good to see you too. Have a good day. Happy Memorial Day.
Thank you very much. Awesome. I appreciate
You trust the guys to put bows on it. That's where y'all. Good morning. We're going to start this meeting, and I'm going to call the meeting to order, and we're going to start with the invocation by Pastor Brian Hill with First Baptist Church.
Let's pray together. Father, we come humbly before you this morning, thanking you for the rain. Our area needs, our state needs this rain, and we give gratitude to you and thanks to you for providing. We ask for more, and we know that you take care of us in each and every need that we have. So today, we lift up each one of these council members to you. I thank you for their willingness to serve our great community. I thank you for the wisdom that they bring to this effort, and we pray a special blessing on them today and special wisdom for them today as they conduct business of our city. Continue to grow our city, and not just in numbers, but in character and in our truly our conviction to serve you as the body of Christ. So we thank you for that. We thank you for that name. We thank you for that calling, and I pray again for everything that happens today to be in alignment with your will for what you have for us. In Jesus' name we pray it. Amen.
Amen. Okay, now we're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the Texas flag, and it's going to be led by Marissa Garcia, who is a senior at Moody High School.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please join me in honoring the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one indivisible.
Thank you, Marissa. And by the way, Marissa will be attending West Texas A&M, so congratulations. We wish you all the best. City Secretary Rebecca Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Okay, thank you. Council members Roland Barrera, he is absent. Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Michael Hunter.
Here.
Billy Lerma.
Here.
Okay, thank you. John Martinez.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Ben Molina.
Present.
Mike Pesley.
Here.
Greg Smith.
Here.
City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley. Here. Mayor and Council, a quorum of the council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Thank you. And just for those of you wondering, Mayor Guajardo is out today, but she is joining us online.
Correct.
And as well as Councilmember Billy Lerma is with us online also. Mm-hmm. Okay, and at this time, I'm going to ask the city manager for his updates.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council, Mayor Guajardo. We have two items for today. Our first one is deals with the weather and the hurricane season that is about to begin. And then our second one will be an update on our streets infrastructure management program. So we want to remind everybody that the Atlantic hurricane season will begin next Wednesday, June 1, for the Coastal Bend community. The hurricane season runs from June 1 through November 30th. And with that large window, it's important to make sure we prepare to keep the community safe, and we ask the community to do the same for their families. So this morning, the NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, announced their outlook for the 22 hurricane season. It's fresh out this morning. Forecasters are predicting above average hurricane activity this year, which would make it the 7th consecutive above average season for this area. The 22 hurricane season that NOAA is forecasting is likely to range from between 14 to 21 named storms. And that means the winds would be 39 miles an hour or higher. 6 of those, or between 6 and 10, could become hurricanes, and 3 to 6 could be major hurricanes. So if you add those two together, between 9 and 16 could basically be hurricanes of that bigger number, 14 to 21. So in August, NOAA will release an update on the hurricane season outlook, but we'll use what they gave us today to start. So as we enter hurricane season, we want to recommit to working together. This community does a great job. It's in our fabric and our culture to working together to prepare, and then if we do get hit by a hurricane, to recover. Our goal, as always in the city, and I think as in the community, when an event like this approaches, is to save lives, it's to reduce damage to our homes and communities and infrastructure, and it's to recover more quickly when a hurricane or a tropical storm does hit. So this morning I did want to have Billy Delgado, our emergency management coordinator, just talk a little bit about how we as a city prepare, as a city organization, and then how we prepare also to keep the community safe. Billy's going to go through a small presentation this morning. Billy, thank you for being here.
Mayor Pro Tem, Council, Mayor, City Manager. Today we're going to talk about the preparation. First slide is, it only takes one. The City Manager mentioned numbers, and it really doesn't really matter because it only takes one to affect the city of Corpus Christi. Next. As the manager just talked about this, we can go to the next slide. He just mentioned that. These are the names. If any of you are up there that has this name, but we want to make sure that all these names are just now came out, and our weather service gave us the information as soon as possible this morning. Next. This is the Emergency Operations Center. As you know, we're at the Emergency Operations Center, 2406 Leopard. The fire, under the fire department, the Emergency Management Department division. Our main goals up there is strategic direction and controls, situational awareness, establishing priorities, and then one of the biggest things is make sure people in the field has what they need to take care of the situation, whatever situation they're dealing with at the time. Next. Different levels of activation. We've been through all these levels of activation. Obviously, with the hurricane and a couple of other events, we reached a level 1, and that is that we have a full staff inside the Emergency Operations Center. And speaking of the levels of operation, these last 2 years, 3 years, working with the HR department and working with the city manager, we've really worked hand in hand on the levels. For whatever level we're at, then the city has their levels. So that has really been a big plus in the last couple of years that we've been doing, and I know the employees appreciate that. Next. When we do plans, we're in hurricane season, but we're under the direction that we do an all-hazard plan. So it's not just for hurricane seasons. We've had many, many events that departments already have plans, and so they're not recreating the plan at the time of the event. All our departments have excellent plans, and they review them each year, and they submit them each year. And so we make sure that we look at them annually. Also, our department, what we do is nursing homes have to come through our office. We have to review all the nursing home plans, which is a really big plus for the city of Corpus Christi. We're in the know what they're doing. We know where they're going to go when they evacuate. We know what buses they're using. But that's probably really a big thing that our office does when reviewing their plans. Next, please. We talked about the Emergency Operations Center, but what we've created in City of Corpus Christi, there are not too many jurisdictions around the state have attempted to do this because it's very, very, it's got to be very coordinated. Each department has a department operations center. In other words, they're working with their people in the field directly, and they work with their department operations center. This is the operation. This is the action that's going on within their department. And you can see that we have many department operations centers, which coordinates, once we activate, coordinates with the Emergency Operations Center. The Emergency Operations Center is the overall, but the departments are the ones doing everything in the field, and we need to make sure that they have what they need. But you can see the different operation centers that we work with, and what's so key about this is the coordination that really happens during the time. As the manager said, it's a team effort, and so when we're out there, we're all one. Next. Communication is very key, just like your communication to the public and what you want to do. We want to make sure that we're in communication with our Nueces County Emergency Operations Center, and the other Nueces County, Robstown, and Port Aransas. Our National Weather Service, we really can't do without them, not only in big weather events, but other major events that we have within the city of Corpus Christi. And then all the Department of Public Safety, Coastal Bend, Council of Governments, Coastal Bend Regional Advisory. You know, we have multiple hospitals here, but there are one person that we go to when we want to talk to the hospitals. They're the main person that we go through, and that just saves a lot of time. And then obviously our Texas division should be Division of Emergency Management, which is TETM. Thank you. And then, you know, the manager talked about it's just not the city of Corpus Christi that has to go through a major event. These are all that we have worked with in the past and will continue to work with in the future on any time there's a disaster within the city of Corpus Christi. As you can see, and we have very good communication with all these agencies, and we meet with them annually prior to hurricane season to make sure that everybody's on the same page. And so we'll continue to do that, and we'll continue to have meetings as we talk today. Thank you. Next. The city does have emergency teams. You know, every city employee is considered essential, but we also have teams that are going to be responding prior to the event on evacuations, during the event, after the event, post-event. So we have a lot of teams that we have assigned employees to, and that's beside the department that has their plans, the bigger departments that respond, such as police department, fire department, public works, all the different bigger teams that are out there, solid waste. They've been created to respond to emergencies. We have a list. We work very close with HR on the staffing of the teams. Next, please. Planning is the key. Have the right people at the table. Integrate a whole community. That's what we want to do. We want to make sure that the focus is on whole community inclusion. One of the biggest things we've done since we've been there is include the functional needs support team, especially during evacuations. They've been a big asset. Brought them to the table. Everybody's encouraged with them. They're in our trainings. They train our staff for evacuation, and communities must develop business and family plans. We encourage all the people out there listening, if they don't have a family plan, please start creating one. Next, please. We do drills. We do WebULC drills. WebULC is our communication during the event. People enter data, what they're doing, and we all can see it. We do reverse alert. Reverse alert is our communication to the public. If they need to know anything from our office, all anybody has to do is register reversealert.org. But we do drills for our teams monthly. And we just did a Coastal Bend hurricane exercise, and then we're doing a full-scale evacuation drill next month. Next. The city does evacuate in phases. Instead of asking everybody to leave at one time, we have the request is develop a phased evacuation plan. Obviously, the low-lying areas are the ones that we really need to make sure that are headed out first, not only lowland, but they have the high-profile vehicles. And as you can see, the color-coded, and remember, Port Aransas evacuates through Corpus Christi also. So we have to make sure that we get them in the plan. So and we're communicating with them. But Port Aransas, the island, Flower Bluff, low-lying areas, Oso Creek areas, and North Beach. We can't forget about North Beach. We want to make sure that these people are the first to go. Storm surge is the #1 killer during a hurricane. So we want to make sure that the low-lying areas are first to get out. And then as a storm comes, the bigger the storm, the more zones that we will evacuate. Next. We talk about evacuation. We talk about people wanting to evacuate when we ask to evacuate, get in their cars. But then we get the question, well, I don't have a vehicle, or my vehicle can't make it to San Antonio. What do we do? Basically, all you have to do is catch your nearest bus stop. Bottom line, catch your nearest bus stop. RTA suspends cost. They'll let you bring luggage. They'll let you bring your pets, and you'll be able to get on the bus. And then from there, they'll take you over to the Corpus Christi gym where we evacuate people. And then to evacuate people out of town, we'll use CCICD buses. So it's well coordinated and well planned, and we drill it every year. And we'll have another drill next month. Next, please. This is the evacuation hub, well developed by the police department as far as the traffic control plan. Police department does an excellent plan on not only this event, but all the major events that we have. They work well with the traffic control plan. And then you can see the red is the RTAs coming in, and the blue and gold is the city, is the school buses coming out. So they'll come in the front and come out the back. Next, please. Just like we evacuate in phases, we bring everybody back in phases. So as you can see, right after the event, it's emergency response. You know, going out there and seeing who needs help, and then our immediate mass care and damage assessments. All this is happening before anybody will be allowed to come back if they've been asked to evacuate. And then our phase 2 is our restoration of services. If we need to set up points of distribution or any mass care, we'll be doing that. And then the small business owners and the residents will be asked to come back. Our key word to the residents is patience. Patience, because it's going to take a while to take care of what we need to do to make sure that it's safe for them to return to the city of Corpus Christi. Next. All departments work great as a team during times of an emergency. Departments support other departments in times of crisis, and that's what makes this city able to respond to any crisis in the community. And as the manager always says, team, 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 and that is what we are, and that's how we work things. Our planning a disaster. When we plan for a worst case scenario. We ask ourselves, what can go wrong? Not what can go right, what can go wrong, because then we're ready. Can't wait for the event itself to try to figure things out. Now, there will be times when challenges will come up during an event, but our team is prepared to handle such situations. We take a proactive approach instead of a reactive approach. Next. This is just public information. Again, talk about reverse alert for those that are listening. If you're not on a reverse alert system and you want information from our office, go to reversealert.org. Next. That's my presentation, sir. Council, I'll stand by for any questions, if any.
Do we have any questions from the council members? Councilmember Pusley.
Yeah, Billy,
Yes, sir.
and Peter, good report. Thank you very much. The one thing that I had brought up before is, and I know we have multiple operation centers, as you demonstrated in your presentation, but I've asked before about the hardness of those operation centers, and I know, Peter, you had shared some concern about that in past meetings where we had discussed it. So have we made any progress for addressing that issue?
The hardness being like the security of them in terms of high winds and heavy.
Yeah, the ability of those operation centers and the main operation center to withstand hurricane situations.
Yeah, it's a yes and no answer. So no, in terms of major, we need tens of millions to we need tens of millions to relocate our main EOC. The yes is that some of the individual locations have improved in terms of new generators have been put in the last year or two. Improvements have been made to the police department headquarters, new roof, new systems inside, new backup systems for the 911 call center. So it's a yes and no. As a city, it's one of those legacy issues where we're right on the coast. We should have very robust operational centers, and unfortunately we don't. So it's something we're looking at to include where could we place a more robust EOC center. We're looking right now actually at the south side, which is a higher growth area. It'll give the city a presence there. It's also a little bit away from the bay and the island, obviously. So I think that would be the answer. I don't know if there's anything else, Billy, that you want to add.
No, sir.
Right.
You're correct.
Is our primary operation center, is it here in City Hall?
No, the primary operations center is at Leopard Street at the fire headquarters building, that former, what was the former Frost Bank building that the city acquired recently.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where Development Services is
Yes,
now?
sir, right.
Or is it located in the basement of that building?
No,
or-
it's on the fourth floor.
Fourth
floor.
floor.
Right. It's only rated for a category 2. 3, sorry, it's rated for a category 3. So we plan, unlike in the past, anything predicted to be higher than a 3, we move out immediately. We don't wait till the storm gets here and then move like had been done in the past.
Right.
So if we know that the storm is anywhere close to a 3 or greater, then we're going to move to another location. We have 3 FEMA domes, 3 or 4 in the city. Is it 3, Billy?
We have 4 in the city.
4. There's 4 FEMA domes that that are in the city geography. We don't own any of them, but we have cooperative agreements. And so the plan is to use one of those if a hurricane is in excess of a Category 3.
Okay.
Because those are hardened up real good. They also have kitchens, showers,
They're built to withstand a
generators.
Category 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just think, Peter, we need to start putting this issue on the forefront of our budget process. I mean, the people in this community depend on all of us, or they depend upon the city for information during these crisis times. And if, we can't get out because of communication or
Yeah.
things of that nature, if we don't have emergency generators online, then we're doing a disservice to this community.
Right.
We live in a hurricane-prone area, and that should be something we think seriously about as we go forward.
Yes, sir, we have. So right now, we're doing the kind of the workaround, using those FEMA domes if we need to.
Right.
It goes to the statements I've made before, which is we can't get caught up in 3 years for 30 years of.
No, I understand
right.
that.
But
We
it's-
have to start
it's-
somewhere.
Right, yeah, and we are. So just take as an example, the biggest project we have right now is a police training academy.
Right.
Which we've never had as a city, and we're over 100 years old, so.
Yeah.
So our next phase can be this, is the ELC Center. We've talked about it in 3 years that I've been here.
Yes, sir.
And we've looked at locations, we've actually looked at buildings. I've done several tours with realtors. When we see a building that looked like it could fit, it's a pre-existing one.
Right.
But it's something we need to take serious, you're right, because of our location, and our chances for storms are much greater than, say, in inner Texas, the
Okay.
cities above us, yes.
Okay, very good. Thank you
Yes,
so
sir.
much.
Okay.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you, Councilmember. And Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you. Just real quick, I wanted to, you mentioned nursing homes, but
Yes, sir.
does that also include senior living homes, or is it
Yes, sir.
just strictly?
Assisted facility livings.
Okay.
Group homes.
Not all of them are assisted living, some are
Right.
independent living. They
Yes,
include
sir.
those as well?
Yes,
Okay.
sir. And also dialysis facilities.
Okay, and lastly, I know you'd mentioned about pre-planning, but what about post-storm planning?
Yes, sir.
In terms of, public works, solid waste, I would imagine water and wastewater as well.
Yes, sir. And in each department plans and our emergency operation plans, we go through the whole phases and.
Do we have contracts in place for those things are already, so if we, once they come back and we can just get them
Yes, sir.
right off the bat?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Debris management contract is a big one we had, and so solid waste.
Right.
Solid waste handles that one.
So we can just go through it with a up to amount? Is that-
Right, yes, sir. We also have a contract in place if we need to apply for federal reimbursement funds. We have an on-call consultant that helps us navigate through the
Okay.
federal. But we do, what Billy's talking about also is an after-action report. So after any event, whether it's a rain event or a hurricane, significant rain event or a hurricane, it takes us about an hour, but all departments, 30 to 45,
Yes,
do a, how did we do, check-in. What
Kind
could
of-
we have done better? What did we do well? What lessons did we learn? That type of thing. So that's critical to our
Damage
business.
assessments and those kind of things?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Billy, we appreciate your leadership, and we thank our partner agencies that help us whenever we do have these events. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Peter, do you want to continue? We've
Yes,
got
sir.
5 minutes here.
Okay, I think we can do this in 5 minutes. Yeah, so we have, our second item is our infrastructure management quarterly update. This would be for the second quarter of the fiscal year, so January, February, and March. And it's a PowerPoint presentation we're going to show you. There's a very detailed report that's in the agenda packet for the council members and the community. On our next slide, it shows us, we're talking about 2 fiscal years. That's what we're working on today. So fiscal year 21 and 22, total of 310 projects in total for those 2 years. On this next chart, it's a little confusing, but we have 4 different programs that we put those 310 projects. And this chart shows us the status of each, whether it's pending start, in design, the work is scheduled for construction, it's either in construction or it's complete. The 4 programs you can see across the top and to include the Public Works in-house program, we refer to it. This is where we're now self-performing for the first time in many years. And then the next category is the residential street reconstruction. This is heavy reconstruction work that the private sector, our contract partners help us do. And then we have also the street preventative maintenance program that the private sector partners help us do. This is a little less invasive work on a street to keep it in good shape. And then for the first time also in the city's history, we have a streets concrete restoration program as well, and the private sector helps us to deliver that. So on the bottom, you can see the total number of projects in each of the category areas, and you can see the program completeness at ranging from 36% or 45%, say, for the second program to about 10% in the preventative maintenance program. And again, this is the detail for the 2 years combined in one chart. These next couple of slides show us the year by year in each of those 4 program categories. It's a lot of detail, but if you focus on the inner circle, what we're focused on is how much is complete, and then in the outer rings, what's in construction. And so for the in-house work in the 2 program years on the left is the 2021 program, and 64% of all those projects are complete from 21. In the 22 program, 20% are complete, and we have a lot that are in construction or scheduled. Some of the flat work is being done, which leads up to the construction as well. So that's the in-house work. The next chart is the contracted, what we call street reconstruction program. This is heavy mill and overlays, pretty in-depth work in our neighborhood streets. In the 21 program, we're doing pretty well there, about 77% complete. And nothing complete yet in the 2022 program. However, 6 are in construction and 35 are in design, and 2 are waiting to go into construction. So these 2 years, and for this program, this is what we rely on the private sector to deliver. So part of our job here as the city's public works and engineering is making sure we have high standards delivered by the contractor and that they're staying on schedule. And then the next one, this is our preventative maintenance program. So it's not the deep mill and overlays, but more likely an overlay or some type of sealant on some of the streets. And 2 program years shown here on the left is the 21 program, about 20% complete there. And then on the right, all the work, nothing is complete yet, but most of the projects are scheduled to be put into production, and 2 projects are actually in construction. So in the next 2 quarters, we'll begin to see more completeness for the 2022 program. And then finally, our concrete street program, with the request of Councilman Hernandez in our budget processes, we finally have a program now to address the many miles of concrete street that we have. And the work that's performed here is resealing the joints, taking out the sealants that are placed in between the panels and reapplying a new sealant, and then any cracks or break is fixed as well, breaking the concrete. So for the 2021 program, there was just 3 projects there, but 66% complete. And then for the current year program, there's 3 projects and 3 are in design, and the work will begin later this fiscal year. So I should have mentioned at the beginning, Mayor Pro Tem, that this initiative of coming before council is something that you had asked us to do, and this is, it marks about the 4th or 5th time we've done this. It's a good way to communicate to the council and the community on the progress of the work being done. Just as a reminder, we're still somewhat in a catch-up phase. That's why we're still doing 2021's work as well as 2022's. In the 3 years I've been here, year 1, not much really happened in streets. We were rebuilding the public works team, reassessing the contractors and that type of thing. So year 2, we began year 1's work and year 0 in the prior year. And now in year 3, we're catching up to last year's work and beginning this year. So the team knows that ultimately where we should be is that on October 1 of each year, we should have just about everything done from the prior fiscal year and begin that fiscal year's work on October 1. And we're getting there. We're activating plans to get caught up. We're asking contractors, we're reassessing some of the contract timelines, in fact, to have the work done in less time compared to what the contract says. We may actually bring some of those back to council for reconsideration. So I think overall good. We know that we're making progress. We know that the city is self-performing for the first time in many years. And we know that the contractors are doing good work and working well with us and trying to meet those timelines that we establish for them. So that's the update on this quarter. And again, there's a lot more detail in the booklet to include showing every street, and if it's not done, the month and year that it will be done. We know that several council members are asked by the community, my street's on the list, but when's it going to get done? So all those dates are in the more detailed report that was provided to you today.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Hernandez, you have a comment or a question?
Thank you. Since we had our redistricting, obviously the lines for districts have changed. Can you provide us a breakdown of what streets and by percentage by district, what's actually being done and what's planned? You know, we redistrict by population, so we want to make sure that it's still an equitable distribution of funds for street, especially residential street reconstruction.
Yes, sir. We can do that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Smith.
And thank you. And on that same line, it is a report with our current districts.
Looking for is it Sarah? Yeah. Just a second. I want to make sure we give you the right answer.
Good morning. Yes, sir, it is with the current districts as it is right now.
Okay.
But yes, we will revise and get that requested information.
Okay. Thank you, Sarah.
You're welcome.
And then, looking at it, it's good we're making progress, but it looks like we got a ways to go. It's 4 months left in the fiscal year, and looking at some of these numbers, we're still behind the curve.
We are, Councilman.
On there. That you break that in, and I've seen better reports. So thanks for saying that we're pushing to get there and doing it. But it does look like there's a little bit of road ahead of us when I see those kind of numbers on there. We are running behind.
We are, right. It's the legacy issue we're dealing with, which is that we're trying to get caught up from prior years. When I first came here 3 years ago, not only was work not done that year, but for the 2 prior years, very little was done. So year one was catching up to the prior years to where we couldn't do year one's work. So we did it in year 2 and tried to get a little of year 2 going. Year 3, now we just have 2 years to worry about. In the past, it was 3, 4 in the backlog. So it's a combination of, one, making sure we stay fully staffed up, fully trained up, and expedite the work internally. And the team's been doing a good job at that. The city crews actually are the most ahead. And then working to get those projects designed. We have an in-house design team now that was added in the budget. And getting the contractors to work a little bit more expeditiously. The last contracts that went to council, I think the term was close to 2 years to complete the work. But we've challenged that to say, look, you guys have to get it done in like 12 months. That's what we're paying you for. So that's why we may bring some of those contracts back.
Well, and in speaking for myself, I think it's still the biggest issue that I hear from the constituency is, we get it like you all do, every week. How about these streets?
Right.
Yeah.
We agree.
Yeah. If I may, can y'all hear me?
Yes, Mayor, go ahead.
Okay, great. Peter, can you give us a little update in regards to this conversation about the vacancies that we were dealing with in our public works?
Yeah, so right at one point we had about a 50% vacancy rate in our public works frontline crews. The ones that the heavy equipment operators or the ones that help to do the manual work, so to speak. But that has been tremendously brought down. We had several hiring fairs, and the morale is pretty high. I was out there last week celebrating Public Works Week with the crews. I ate lunch with them, Neiman and I did. And a very good excitement in the air with the teams. That you can generally tell if people are happy or not, right? So the crews, about 400, I think, were there, 400. I don't know if it's because of the good food or the conditions, but Sarah, do you know what that vacancy rate is today?
Yes, ma'am. It's about the 20% range. We're getting really close into the teens, and we're very excited about that. And that's overall in the entire department.
Okay.
As the city manager mentioned, us, like many corporations throughout the entire country, are having a hard time recruiting CDL drivers, the frontline operators. So we are working really hard on that particular aspect and continuing to have these job fairs focused towards CDL drivers.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. That's great. And that's a great update because that just goes to show that, you know, we still can do more. And to some of the council members' comments. Good.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. It's approximately noon, so I'm going to move to item F, public comment. Before we begin, I'm going to ask City Attorney Miles Risley to review the council meeting rules of decorum. The rules will also be visible on the screens in the chambers and for the television audience. Mr. Risley.
Citizens are authorized and encouraged to present their views to the council on city-related matters. However, such should be done in a factual, precise presentation, and questions of council or staff are inappropriate. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene behavior or language is not allowed.
Thank you, Mr. Risley. I'll be calling you in the order in which you signed up electronically. In-person public comments will be taken first, followed by virtual public comments. Corpus Christi residents will be allowed to speak before non-residents. For those commenting in person, I'd like to remind everyone that a recording is made of the meeting. Please speak into the microphone located at the podium and state your name and address. If you choose to speak during this public comment period regarding an item on the agenda, you may do so. When the council is considering the item, you will not be allowed to speak again. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes. Non-resident comments are limited to 1 minute. For those commenting in person, there is a timer underneath the base of the microphone. It will let you know exactly how much time you have left to speak. Once your time is up, a buzzer will go off, at which time we would appreciate the conclusion of your comments. If you have a petition or any information pertaining to your subject, please present it to the city secretary before speaking. And at this moment, I'm going to call Mr. Ricardo Elizondo.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, City Council member, Mayor. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate you working so hard. I would like to speak today about the paving project on Park Street, excuse me. I've taken the liberty of taking some pictures, both of the new curbs that were put in. The contractor did an excellent job, and where the curbs were put in, the water drains perfectly. However, across the street, where the curbs were not put in, you can see that the water doesn't drain. It drained 1.5 inches Sunday. I took the liberty of taking some pictures. It was a nice experience. Talked to some of the citizens there, some of my neighbors. They were not that impressed with the project itself, but you know, you can't please everybody. You will notice that there is substantial water across the street where the new curbs were not put in. You'll also notice that the little cement driveway, the cement paving that goes between the street and the sidewalk was removed and was not replaced. Also, I have a picture of Sylvia Butt's property. She was here a couple of weeks ago. You approved her house to be on a historical society list. Her grass was removed. She has beautiful grass, one of the nicest grass in the neighborhood. I would say the only grass, Bermuda grass, the only grass in the neighborhood. I have weeds in my yards. Her grass was not replaced. Also, if you notice, the curb was not replaced in front of her. I did talk to a city employee twice. They told me they would do that. It was just an omission. Of course, that's not the first time I've talked to a city engineer that's told me that and has not followed through. Matter of fact, every time I had a conversation and they made the same comment, I did not see any follow through in the past. But that's just a personal experience from me. I'm sure other people have a better experience than I do. They might not be as critical as I am. You also will notice there's a really weird, where they did the driveways, they took the sidewalk and replaced the sidewalk, but they did it at an angle. It doesn't conform to the existing sidewalks. I would think that's not with the ADA, I don't think you could do a wheelchair there. You're going to run in the mud when it rains. I talked to the engineer, Max Salinas. He said he only did what he was paid to do. So I guess he wasn't paid to do the old curbs, and he wasn't paid to do the little strip of cement in front of the yards, and I would hope that this would be addressed. In general, when I looked at it, it only rained 1.5 inches, and you still have substantial water remaining on the street. Thank you for your time. I hope you will address this issue. I'll see you next week again.
Thank you, Mr. Elizondo.
I see my councilman is not here. Council 1.
He is online.
Oh,
he's not able to join us physically, but he is online.
Thank you.
Up next, Mr. Brian Watson.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. I had a little conversation with a friend of mine in Abilene who works with the, what do they call it, community, whatever it is. It's a foundation founded by a prominent family out there, and they've been funding pretty heavily this housing for homeless veterans that's been going on in Abilene now for several years. They've managed to house every known veteran who is without housing of any sort. They've managed to find places for them, which is amazing. So I'm doing Abilene in October. So you're spending some time with some people out there, getting a feel for what they've done to address this homeless problem. Hopefully I'll bring back some worthwhile information for any of you who are interested in it. I do appreciate those of you who watch the video or DVD on, what was it? Fluoridation of water supplies. I picked it up month or so ago, and I guess anybody who wanted to watch it took time to do that. I hope so. I don't know the seriousness of the issue. I'm not qualified to speak on it, but I will be spending some of my own time collecting some information, and then I'll pass it on to you so that you can see where you fit into that debate. And then, gosh, what else was I going to tell you? I guess that's it for me for today, and I want all of you to know I appreciate the efforts you're making. Really appreciate Mr. Zanoni. He's done a masterful job in his position here, so let's keep it that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. Up next, Nicholas Colasai. And please forgive me if I'm mispronouncing that last name.
Good morning. It's Nick Colosi, 13561 Community Plaza. I have no comment. It's Todd Hunter Jr. and I are the organizers of the Island Blast, the 4th of July. We have risk management has probably 80% of our paperwork. The rest of it just takes time because we're 3 months behind. I came just to answer any questions the council may have.
Thank you very much. Up next, we're going to call, or Mr. City Manager, do you have any comments?
No, we'll look into that Island Blast fireworks permit, though. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. And then, so that's the last of the in-person public comments, and now we're going to move to WebEx with Shirin Del Suz.
Okay, are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Shirin Del Suz. I live at 6030 Tapestry. And I'm here today to urge the city to build protected bike paths as part of your infrastructure program. I have a video, so if you could please play it, that'd be great. Okay, well then I guess I'll talk then. Okay, so I'm wondering why protected bike paths are not part of your infrastructure program. I know you guys promoted this on your social media recently. This looks like it's from the 50s, doesn't look like really modern, as opposed to something like this. So I also have a petition that I submitted to the city secretary. It has more than 600 signatures. There's names, there's zip codes. So this is clearly something in demand. There is an estimation of 1 in 3 people who own bikes, so that would be 100,000 bikes in Corpus Christi right now, and there aren't any protected bike paths as I'm speaking right now. So especially right now, I don't know why there aren't any plans for it with the high cost of gas these days. You know, biking is free. You can get to Aaron's friend's house anywhere without spending money on gas. So I'm really urging that we should keep people's money in their pockets, keep it in the local economy, not spend it on gas. And there's also people who don't meet the rigorous standards of driver licenses, people who don't have money. So right now there's only one type of people that can drive. Everybody else is excluded. And I think that the city infrastructure should be inclusive for everybody. So I've requested multiple times a meeting with the city manager, the mayor, Public Works. Even with a petition with over 600 signatures, I'm still not able to get this meeting. I don't know why. I mean, this could be another public comment that you ignore, but I don't know what it takes. And by the way, these emails were also politely written. So despite all this, we're not getting any attention. And despite all the people that own bikes, despite how it's being done in Houston, San Antonio, all the cities in America. By the way, Corpus Christi is amongst the worst, like maybe the bottom 10 of worst bike paths in America. And they're making bike paths all over the world, in developing countries, Mexico City. So I guess that's all I have to say about that. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. And I was informed that we're having some issues playing the video, so we apologize for that. Up next, we're going to move to the consent agenda item. The consent agenda item consists of items number 1 through 13. Yes, sir.
Peter, just a point of information. This looks like we've got a drainage issue more than a curb problem, the pictures that Mr. Shelley. Could we have somebody from Public Works check that out, please?
Yeah, they're looking at it already, Councilman. Okay. Yeah, we'll report back to you on it. Okay. Yes, sir.
I'd like to pull number 5. I will be voting no on that.
Good.
And then,
You can keep them.
and then
Thank you.
I'd also like to pull number 11 just to get some, just to have some discussion on it.
Okay, yeah, so we're going to pull item number 5, 11, and city staff has requested that we pull item number 12. Are there any others?
Councilman, so we're gonna pull 12 just to re-clarify a fact for the council. But we also are requesting to remove from the agenda number 13. This is one where we worked with the federal government on some additional dollars, but they gave us some feedback over the weekend, so we need to bring that item back. So take off number 13. 12 we'll pull for a briefing. Those are the two things for me. Thank you.
Any others? Any requests from the public? Okay, so I'm going to entertain a motion to approve consent agenda item with the exception of the items pulled, which is number 5, 11, 12, and 13. Do we have a motion? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no.
Okay, Mayor Guajardo? For your vote, please.
Yes, aye.
Okay, Mr. Ledma?
Aye.
Okay. Can we see? Okay, thank you.
Okay, and so we're going to move to item number 5. And that was pulled by Mr. Hernandez.
Yes, I voted for, because I voted no on the first reading.
Motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Smith. And need a second.
I'll second.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
And can you
No.
turn, I'm sorry, no, Mr. Hernandez? Okay, can you turn your camera on, please, Mr. Ledma and Mayor Guajardo?
My
camera is on.
Okay. There's the mayor.
I
Okay,
vote.
and you, Mr. Ledma?
No.
No. Okay, thank you.
Okay, City Secretary, you have those votes recorded?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, now we're going to move to item number 11. Okay, who pulled that one? Okay. Yes, sir. Go ahead, Gil. Councilman, sorry.
All right, just kind of want to understand what exactly we're doing here in light of the fact that we're not getting any water from them currently. Can you explain exactly what this is about? And, I want to just kind of have public discussion about it. So, please.
Sure. Good afternoon. Gabriel Armidas, Interim Director, Corpus Christi Water. So actually, we are pulling water from Colorado today. Actually, it's a day-by-day negotiation and conversation with LCRA that we're having based on water availability. So we didn't pull for one day last week, but we have been pulling through today. We haven't heard from them today yet, but we're going to communicate about tomorrow. So it's on a day-by-day basis because we're right on the brink, basically like running on empty is what the river's doing. So running right on the edge of where we can or can't pull. But based on this item, so this item is for the feasibility study to complete that on the bank erosion that's taken place there on the Colorado River. So back in March 2021, this was brought to council. It's a cost-sharing agreement with the Army Corps of Engineers. The city's put forward $92,500 so far. The Army Corps has put forward $192,500 so far. And so what this is going to do is complete the feasibility study on the solutions to fix that bank erosion. So that's another $82,500 contribution from the city and another $82,500 from the Army Corps of Engineers for a grand total of $450,000, $175,000 from the city, $275,000 from Army Corps of Engineers. And that's for the completion of the feasibility study for the solutions to fix that bank erosion.
So help me understand this because, this is controlled by the Lower Colorado River Authority. Is that correct?
No, not the bank erosion is ours. So it belongs to us. The river rights there, the run of the river, and our pump station is there on that property.
We own the property,
so,
right?
Yeah, we own the property, yes, sir.
So this is the reason we're doing this is because it's our property, not because it's a large section that's above the I guess the retention or the
right. It's above
settling
there.
pond.
So in order to fix the issue, you have to go way above that to mitigate it.
And that's what this feasibility study is doing. It's looking at what would be the project area necessary for protection of that infrastructure. And it's a very large infrastructure that is needed for our city's water supply. And so we worked with the partners in the federal government through the Army Corps of Engineers, found this 50-50 grant work that they can do for us. And so it's a good news project that they're helping us pay for this infrastructure protection. And a lot of the bank erosion came out of Harvey. And as you remember, Harvey sat in this area over time, and there was a lot of flooding, and we saw this bank erosion in this area coming from those rainfalls. And so we worked and tried to find a feasible way where we can have an affordable end solution to this project, to this problem. And so we reached out to the Army Corps of Engineers. We were granted this. We continue to work with them to find a solution. And this feasibility project, will go into the next steps into identifying what needs, what's the project area, and then what is the need to fix that? What is the feasibility to do?
So why is the Lower Colorado River Authority not involved?
Because they manage the river rights, not necessarily the actual property.
Yes, it's our diversion, it's our water right, it's our location. The Lower Colorado River Authority is just like any other entity along the river that owns rights, that works along the Colorado River. They don't protect our infrastructure. We're responsible for protecting that infrastructure. And so to come up with a project that is both feasible economically to our citizens, we reached out to the federal government and we were able to work with them on a project such as this, a 50-50 grant. So it's very good.
Right, and then the next steps, the design and construction of the project, if we were to go that far and implement it, is a 65-35 split between the city and the Army Corps. We have the 35%. The Army Corps would do the 65%. This is one of their specialties. That's why we reached out to them back when the issue began.
Okay. You said that
Yeah.
you said that it was done by Harvey, right? The
Yes.
erosion. Are we continuing to see erosion, or was it
We
just?
are. We are
It's gotten
continuing
a
to
little
see-
worse over the years.
We've lost approximately 30 feet of the bank.
So so the cause now is not the hurricane. It was just the initiated it.
It's the flooding. I mean, it all goes back to flooding on the river. If you've ever been out to the Colorado in that area, that Wharton area, it's a muddy part of the river of the Colorado River. You're going to have a lot of erosion, and we're seeing that. And it was just sped up by the huge event that Harvey brought. And then, so we're seeing it now. We're trying to come up with a solution so that we reached out to the entity that could help us and got some grant money with it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm next. Councilmember Pusley, you're next, but really quick before that, I'm going to ask if the mayor or Councilmember Lerma have any comments.
No, I'm actually waiting for everyone's comments, and either way, I guess I could go ahead and say them now, but I think this is a wonderful news item, and I know this is something we've been dealing with for a very long time. So I want to commend staff on this this particular item and this shared agreement with the Army Corps of Engineers, because I don't know that this could have been done without this kind of split moving forward. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Pusley.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to reiterate that. I think we're very fortunate to have the Army Corps of Engineers helping us pay the bill on this, because without them, we would be having to swallow all of the costs of this, including the repairs that we'll have to make. And I know this is not y'all's fault. Probably none of y'all were here whenever these decisions were made, but the city's infrastructure was located on the wrong side of the river. You know, rule number 3 in geology class is never build a house on the cut bank side of the river, and that's what we did. And so that is going to continue to erode. It's not going to stop. Hurricanes, flooding events, those kinds of things are going to continue to impact that area. So this will be an ongoing issue we'll have to deal with for a long time. So, but we're very fortunate to have the Army Corps helping us with both the design and paying for this.
Okay, there's no more comments. So I'm going to. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mayor.
No, I'm sorry. I was going to move to approve the item.
Okay, we have a motion to approve, and we have a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
Okay, so Mayor Guajardo? May we have your vote, please?
Sorry, yes, aye.
Okay. And Mr. Lerma?
Aye.
Okay, we need to, there you are. Thank you so much.
All right. And now we're going to move to item number 12, which was pulled by staff.
Yes, we just need to make a correction on the floor here. We're passing out the final ordinance.
Yeah, the updated agenda memo and the presentation. Okay. On this item, so this is for Heather Hurlbert, Director of Finance. This is the AEP change out for our streetlights for LEDs from our traditional hydrogen, the sodium lights that are currently in place. We have been working on this for a while, and unfortunately there was a change between when we originally posted the agenda and now. It was just a modification as we refined what phases we were going to be changing these out in. And so the amount changed from the total, I think, that is listed in the agenda is about 4,900 lights. We're actually dropping that phase 1 to 4,125 lights. And for a total dollar amount of $568,000 versus the $672, which I believe was listed in there. It's not that we're not going to change those lights out. It's just we have moved them to different phases as we were working through how the best way to work through the city is. And so those are the major changes. I can go through the program if anyone has any questions on what all this entails.
Let me just clarify the amount, Ms. Hurlbert. Is it 568,570?
$68,672.50. Sorry.
Okay, I don't see any. Spoke too soon. Councilmember Hernandez.
Just real quick question. You don't have enough in your CIP planning. Where is the additional funding going to come from?
So we are going to take for the first year, $300,000 will come from the existing, it was from bond 2018. There was some lighting change out money in there. And then we'll work with the city manager and our budgeting staff to identify funding within the 23 budget for the remaining $268,000.
Are we including anything in the 2022 bond package for lighting?
No, sir.
Okay. So it's going to come from somewhere in the general fund.
Right. It's some of it from year 2 and 3 will come from the less money that we pay for electric bills. Right. So as we pay less and the cost for running the old lights, that money will be turned into capital purchases for the new lights.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I'd like to make a comment on this one as well, because this is a really, really good news item. And I just want to remind all of us, because we all represent, obviously, neighborhoods across the city. This makes a huge difference in our neighborhoods. In the lighting, obviously, in the way it looks. I think Ocean Drive, Peter, you can correct me, I'm not sure to what ends, but I know all of Ocean Drive or a big part of Ocean Drive has these new LED lighting features, if you will. And so I think this is a great example of moving our city forward, because it does have everything to do with quality of life, our families and neighborhoods, and everything really just looking brighter and crispier and just better.
Yeah, agreed, Mayor. Mayor, on Ocean Drive, the Revive the Drive, on the one side, when we would complete with the road work, they did replace the lamps, the lights, but now we have to get them to come back on the other side, I think the southbound lanes, and change those out there as well. So soon, all of Ocean Drive from Ennis Jocelyn to I-37 will have the nice new bright LED lights. Right now, it's probably about 75% of the area does. Yeah, but there's a noticeable difference. Real nice.
All right, Councilmember Smith.
Thank you. These lights, do they give more brightness, more luminance on there?
The LED light is inherently more bright than what those sodium lights are. And so part of this is that the idea is to come in, replace all of 15,000 lights across the city with the LED lights, ones that are eligible to be changed out. And then at that point, come back and then really do a light study to see where we may need additional lighting or move lighting around to create a more thoroughly lit city, I guess.
So we're getting a better quality light.
Yes.
Okay, and I'm just looking at page 3, $400,000 savings. That's for the program, not just for Ocean Drive.
Okay. Exactly.
That's the program.
So $200,000, 20% return on investment, if we want to use those terms with it. So we're going to get better quality light, save the city money, get 20% back.
Exactly.
It's a good news item.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It definitely is, and this is something that also aligns with our Vision Zero program that we've implemented over the past several years. And I know that this is something that these are the type of improvements that many of us here have been asking for, and I'm glad to see that it's finally happening here. With that, I'm going to entertain a motion to approve.
Second.
And we also need to amend it, please.
Oh, yes, that's right. Okay, so we need a motion to amend first.
Well,
right?
no, they did it right, so they made the motion to approve. Now we just need a motion to amend.
Okay.
Motion to amend is presented by.
Okay.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, and now we're going to entertain a motion to approve.
As amended. Yes,
As
sir.
amended, yes. All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 Okay, and we need a thank you. Oh, perfect. Great, guys. Thank you, IT, very much for doing that. Okay.
All right, so the motion is approved, and item number 13 was removed for staff information?
Right, that's correct, Councilman. We'll bring it back. We're still working with the federal government on the eligibility.
Okay. It's not quite 1:30 yet, so we're going to move to public hearings, item number 14, which is an ordinance adopting a new City of Corpus Christi Historic Preservation Plan. And we're going to ask for a staff presentation.
Good afternoon. Nina Nixon Mendez, Assistant Director, Development Services. I'd like to start out by saying Happy National Preservation Month. May is Preservation Month. Mayor Guajardo helped proclaim that on the 10th of this month, and we have some activities that we're engaged in historic preservation. This Thursday, our Landmark Commission is going to be presenting annual preservation awards at 4:30 at their regular meeting. And we also hosted a historic preservation photo contest, which wrapped up earlier this month, and we'll be presenting those awards as well. So it's been a great preservation month. Today, under consideration is an ordinance adopting a new Corpus Christi Historic Preservation Plan, an element of the Plan CC Comprehensive Plan. Here we have a brief overview of the state of historic preservation in Corpus Christi. The City of Corpus Christi officially established historic preservation as a municipal undertaking with the adoption of its Landmark Preservation Ordinance in 1974. And in 1976, the City Council adopted a historic preservation plan which set forth goals and objectives for preservation. And this plan was updated in 1992, 1999, and 2004. There have been varied levels of planning efforts for historic preservation, and these are outlined in the plan, page 13 through 15, which primarily emphasized surveying the various neighborhoods to identify historic resources in the 1990s, and of course the creation of Heritage Park in 1985. And since that time, only a small number of landmarks have been designated, and it really wasn't a priority for the city. We only designated 26 local landmarks since 1976 over a period of 46 years. 2 additional landmarks were dedicated in May of this month, so that brings the number to 28 local landmarks. But in recent years, we have taken steps to strengthen our preservation program. Through the efforts of the Downtown Management District, we have a designated Texas Main Streets program, which focuses on preserving and promoting revitalization of our downtown. And in 2017, the Downtown Management District, through the Certified Local Government Program, undertook historic resource survey of the downtown. The Landmark Commission also reviewed the nomination of the Old Bayview Cemetery to the National Register of Historic Places in 2020, and it was accepted and is listed on the National Register. And then, of course, most recently, we embarked on the development of this preservation plan beginning in September of 2020. And in developing the plan, we did utilize the National Park Service's framework for planning, and essentially emphasizing that we're trying to avoid the destruction of important historic properties and preserving them in place if at all possible. And in our decision-making regarding historic preservation, it's important to undertake continual evaluation and identification of our historic resources here in the city. And then, of course, we should always provide an open forum for discussion of historic preservation issues and strategies. And so in light of this overarching framework, the preservation plan does strive to integrate historic preservation activities into the city's broader planning efforts. We want to identify how preservation can promote heritage tourism, how we can undertake preservation-based economic development and heritage education, and then how preservation can also be utilized as an urban design strategy to promote walkability and placemaking in our city. So the plan consists of an introduction, a methodology where we detailed our community outreach process and our community surveys. We provided a summary of community input. The plan established a vision statement and 3 broad goals. We have 16 strategies to implement those goals and action items as well for the implementation. And there are numerous case studies cited in the plan, examples of best management for historic preservation. The vision statement is by 2030, historic preservation in Corpus Christi will support a vibrant, multicultural community enjoyed by residents and visitors alike, with a thriving downtown, diversified economy, updated infrastructure, and equitable investment in new and legacy neighborhoods. And this slide outlines the goals and strategies of the plan. Again, we have 3 overarching goals: to build city capacity for preservation, enable community-driven preservation, and support historic preservation as an economic development tool. And under each of these goals, we do have 16 strategies, and essentially they serve as a menu on how we can implement and improve our historic preservation efforts in the city. And these range from updating our ordinance, providing training to our landmark commissioners, developing walking tours, working with our counterparts in Nueces County on historical markers, improving our website with information and our survey efforts. Today we have 2,000 historic structures and properties on our survey, but we would like to certainly expand that, especially in representing our underserved neighborhoods. There are many areas where the survey didn't address, and we want to reach out to that. And again, supporting economic development, and we can do that by actually undertaking National Register nominations to set up projects for federal income tax credits, and we could also couple that with local incentives as well. So again, the strategies do provide a lot of alternatives with respect to how we can improve our preservation efforts and certainly contribute to the development of our urban core as well. With respect to community engagement, the planning process started in September of 2020. We did host 3 public workshops in October, April, and June. We also had a community opinion survey and had 752 respondents and 12,000 unique comments. And 350 of those said that they would like to become more involved in our historic preservation efforts. We also had a series of stakeholder outreach activities. We had interviews with 25 individuals. We also presented to representatives of the Downtown Management District, the Associated General Contractors, South Texas, the American Institute of Architects, the Development Services Task Force, and in February, the Downtown Management District did provide a resolution of support for the Historic Preservation Plan. We also had the plan posted on our website throughout this time. So we had a 20-month engagement process. That's almost 2 years. The other thing I wanted to mention in relation to this is that historic preservation is indeed popular right now. And the reason I can say that is that we just hosted a historic preservation photo contest on social media through Facebook and Instagram. And we received 7,075 votes it was a People's Choice selection. And we increased our followers by 60%. And a little over 70 images were submitted to the contest. And according to some of the communications department staff, they said it's been one of our most popular engagements on social media. So we're very proud to report that. So with respect to our recommendations related to the plan, the Landmark Commission recommended approval with an amendment, and this was a unanimous recommendation on July 22nd of 21. The Planning Commission recommended approval of the plan unanimously on August the 4th of 21. We wanted to bring forward the plan to council in September, but we thoroughly briefed the city council members on the plan. And we did make amendments to the plan based on those discussions. We brought that plan forward on December 7th, and City Council held a public hearing. At that time, they tabled the plan for further discussion. And so we had a council workshop that was held on April 1st of 2022 to further review the plan. And we reached out to all council members to see if they had any additional comments, and many did respond. And so in response to the workshop, additional edits have been made to the plan, and those are outlined in your packet, but just to summarize, we addressed council concerns with respect to removing the references to the Nueces County Courthouse. We updated the Landmark Commission composition recommendation. We updated the vacant buildings action item, and we also added a reference to the nonprofit organization item. And then we also changed the words shall and will in the action items for clarity to should and would, reflecting that these are recommendations. Based on this process, we recommend approval and stand by for questions.
Okay, we got a couple of questions here. Councilmember Pusley.
Yeah, Nana, so from the workshop that the council asked for on this issue, what is different? What changed since that workshop?
Okay.
And do you have a graphic on that?
Yes, that was provided in your Legistar item, so it's with your agenda packet, and it shows the markup of the document.
But do you have it here so the public can see that?
Let's see, we would need to go to the Legistar item.
It's not a part of our presentation. We'd have to go to Legistar if control room
Can
can do
IT go to the city's Legistar, the agenda? Well, while we're waiting on that, I can go through these.
They're working on it, so
Thank
it'll be up
you.
in a moment.
Councilmember, do you mind if I come back to you while they're looking that up?
Well, I can go on to some other questions while they're bringing that up. What are we still planning on, Peter? Are we still, I know part of the original presentation was we were going to hire, or the plan was to hire somebody to be our
Historic Preservation Officer.
Historic Preservation Officer.
So that'll be determined through the budget process. We're starting on the 2023 budget development process, and we'll see about that request.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. We'll make a recommendation as part of the budget in July.
Okay. Well, I sent a communication to Al and Nina and you and everybody else yesterday about my concerns about this plan. And I didn't receive any response from anybody, so that's unfortunate. But I still have some concerns about this plan. I don't understand, what is the, I know you say you've been working on this almost 2 years, but has the city put forth any budget monies to support what this plan calls for?
Well, currently, right now, the primary cost is for a historic preservation officer. There are grants available for projects. For example, if we wanted to undertake a nomination, a National Register nomination, there are grants that can be applied for that can support those efforts. With respect to our survey, I've been working with our GIS to develop our survey document, and we'll be able to survey properties using a telephone. And so that's, essentially an in-house project.
So the answer to that question is...
So at this point, we don't see any
Fiscal impact.
Yeah, fiscal impact at this point.
Yeah,
but-
Council, the answer is no to your question. We haven't added any money to the budget.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So, in reading all the documentation that we received about historic preservation, one of the things that is brought up time and time again is the fact that you adopt these plans. The city's adopted historic preservation plans over a number of years, but never put any money towards supporting those plans. So they just become reports that get set up on a shelf somewhere and nothing ever really happens.
Well, and
So how are we going to make that different with this
Yeah.
plan?
Well, again, I think the key is having someone full-time to work on our preservation efforts. Certainly, is pivotal to the plan.
Well, guys, and I've told y'all before, I'm a big supporter of historic preservation. But I just think that this plan doesn't offer us any solutions to how we're going to address historic preservation. Your only answer at this point, Nina, is, well, if we hire somebody, we can make this a success. And unless this city's ready to put forth a budgetary item that goes in and says, okay, we're going to budget X amount of money every year toward historic preservation, then, and you say then at that point, well, it'll be the job of this person we hire to go find grants to do historic preservation. That normally comes in the form of tax credits, which means somebody still has to put up some money. So I just don't see where this gets us anywhere. And we had an extensive discussion in this workshop about a number of the things we as councilmen were concerned about, but yet I didn't see that much changed in the document that you presented to us. It was still looked pretty much the same to me.
Well, Councilman Pusley, if I may, two major things were asked at that workshop, which we provided, right? One was the wheel and the shell. There were many of you saying, hey, show me, all of the wheels and all of the shells, which we did. That was one of the documents she's referring to, and we're waiting on Legistar for that. The second one was this. Many of you said, hey, I don't want to go through this plan and find all of the goals and look at all of the strategies and all of the action items, because that's 62, as you said, 3 goals, 16 strategies, and 62 action items. And you said, hey, can you just put that all in one place so we can just kind of look at it all at one place so we can kind of reference or look back and forth without flipping through, 20 or 30 pages? And we said yes, and we did that. The ancillary things that were discussed, like, hey, I'm not happy with the registration for vacant buildings, or some of the other items we addressed, right? We addressed, and specifically with you the other day in the workshop, you specifically said, hey, I think this plan is going to, in so many words, usurp council's authority. And I assured you then, and I'm assuring you now, it does not. Everything, and remember, adoption of this plan is only a guideline, right? We still have to come back, and we're going to, if this is adopted, then we're going to amend the ordinance according to what's in this plan, right? But in the end, as with everything in the city, I would think, in city government, it comes to this body for any decision making, whether we designate a district or designate a building or whatever it may be. It still comes to this body for the up vote or the down vote. Will we do this or will we not? So in no way is this body's power usurped because of this plan. And I assured you then, and I'm saying it now, your assessment that is the case is just not necessarily accurate, and I want to assure you in any way I can that that's just not the case. And by the way, I wanted to say one other thing. Peter mentioned that we could take it in the budget process, but I do have vacant positions now that we can convert to the historic preservation officer. So that individual, male or female, will yes, they'll work to get grants, but it's just setting up the program. It's keeping an eye on vacant buildings if we don't make them register. It's just engaging the community for this very process that doesn't really require a lot of spending money. It's just the time and effort to kind of get this off the ground. So that it's not a huge upfront cost. Particularly the main cost is the individual, and we have I have several vacant positions that we can convert to that. So. We're kind of halfway there. It's just getting it started, sir. So, anyway.
Okay, well, I appreciate those comments, Mr. Raymond, I really do. I would also ask, what are we going to do when we run into situations where we have a building in this city that is a dilapidated building that needs to be torn down, and I'm going to give you 2 examples of this, but the owner of that building doesn't want to have to pay for the cost of tearing that building down, so he'll come to you and say, well, this building was built in 1928, therefore it's a historic building, I need your protection. Okay, that's one scenario. The other scenario is someone wants to tear down a building that you have designated through an area or specific to that building that it's historic, and they can't do what they want to with their own property. So we had a discussion here a few days ago in this chambers where all of us went through extensive questions about short-term rentals and the problem with removing property rights from people who operate short-term rentals or don't operate short-term rentals. So how is that going to be different than what we would do here?
On your first question about designating a property that's in poor shape and they are coming to seek a designation to avoid updating their property. Even if it's a historic property, it still has to abide by our minimal building standards. And so, if a property has significant violations, then they would have to comply just like anyone else in the city. With respect, and again, it's ultimately the city council that would designate the property. So if, they felt that this building was too far gone, the owner wasn't really putting forth any efforts of what they were going to do with the property, the council could certainly decline to designate the landmark as far as the designation process.
And if I could add, Nina, and Councilman Hernandez offered the same kind of example the other day, or question, because the fear was people hiding behind, I want to make this historic, I want you to designate this historic so it can continue to deteriorate based on neglect, right? So ultimately, a building is either in disrepair or it's a dangerous structure, so it's going to fall into emergency demolition and it'll be raised anyway, right? Or if they're really trying to, hey, I want this to be a historic structure and I want to designate it, this body, ultimately will come to this body to say, oh yeah, okay, do we agree with the person they're making their case or not, right? So it's not going to be the Landmark Commission or Development Services or anyone else saying, yeah, this is how the cow eats the cabbage. It'll always come before this body for an upvote or a downvote, whether we designate it or not.
Okay. Okay.
You're not removed from the equation at all.
Okay.
And I apologize.
Well, I appreciate you, and I hope we stand by that, because that's exactly what has happened to this community with respect to the old courthouse. We've protected a building that should have been torn down a long time ago. So, in my opinion.
See,
okay, go ahead.
The real answer is we should have saved it, right?
But the decision to do that was in 1977, not today.
Understood. And that's what we're trying to do today. So not let structures deteriorate because of lack of interest or lack of care, but we're trying to put together ordinances and people who are interested and who are fired up to save the culture of yesterday. So.
Okay. Well, and guys, I don't mean to sound like, again, that I'm going to use Councilman Hernandez's long-standing term. It's not that I don't support.
No, he says not that he doesn't trust us. Yeah.
But In fact, I do, but my problem has always been that we develop these plans. I sat here years ago as a member of a committee and developed not one, but 2 stormwater drainage plans that are still sitting on some shelf somewhere here in this city building. And so I don't want to see us develop another historic preservation plan that gets shoved onto a shelf and nothing ever happens because of that. And I think our Heritage Center is an example of that. You know, there's a place where we could focus our efforts and spend some money and make a real impact on tourism, on the city, on economic development, you know, all those things that you talked about, Nina, a while ago. But we just sort of, you know, we're using the 80% rule. We get 80% of it done and we walk off and leave it. So anyway.
I think the key, Councilman, the difference between then and now is that we need, we're 300,000+ in population, you know, 165 square miles of land. It's a big city and it needs an individual committed to that, right? And so that's the one thing that we're bringing to the forward that I'm sure the other plans didn't have. And someone has to be dedicated to and committed to doing just what you're saying. So I think that's the key difference in our plan.
Well, I'm going to be cautiously optimistic. And I'm going to vote to support this today, even though I had considered not doing it, simply because I don't want to lose my right to gripe down the road.
And I want to say, when I saw your email, I didn't respond because I was on the ceiling. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Okay. All right.
All right. Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you.
And when they get the Legistar stuff up, can we still go through that?
Real quick, this won't take too much. I want to reiterate something because the conversation I had with Ms. Mendez, Nixon Mendez, sorry. This does not handcuff City Council in either the demolition or preservation of anything specific to where the council votes on it. Is that correct? So given the example that Councilman Pusley gave, and the one I gave to Ms. Nixon Mendez was specifically one that came to council a while back regarding the Dr. Hector P. Garcia doctor's office, where it was in terrible condition. The roof was caved in one portion of it, and they came and asking us to redo the entire building. And because it had that designation on it, we had some issues to it, issues in terms of doing anything with it. We ended up, I believe, tabling it. I don't think it came back.
Yeah,
right?
In that particular case, council voted not to remove the historic designation.
Right.
But in any case, any property with a historic designation, any exterior work or demolition, there's a process. It goes through the Landmark Commission.
No, I get that. I understand that.
Yes,
but you put us in a position where something historical, which a property owner ignored. The previous property owner ignored, let deteriorate, and it's example that he kind of gave, right? So we get to a position to where a building costs more to rebuild or to improve than it does to scrape and rebuild it, but because of that designation, we prevent that from happening. And what happens is similar to what happened with the courthouse; it just sits there. Okay, so how does this help us in terms of addressing that kind of situation?
Well, again, with respect to our guidelines, when the Landmark Commission reviews a proposed project currently, they can make a recommendation on the standards that they review from. The emphasis is on the reuse of property and trying to preserve some of what we've called the character-defining features. Now, if it's not possible, of course, the Landmark Commission can, recommend for demolition. So again, we already have a process set up for that.
Okay,
Not
I know
only
the, I know
that,
the process is there.
So there's nothing precluding the current property owner from coming in and presenting a project to the Landmark Commission to review. And we've actually, the gentleman that was bringing that forward, we were encouraging him to submit, and in fact, he made a comment to Landmark Commission, and he talked about what he wanted to do, and at that time, Landmark Commission said, oh, well, this sounds great. I mean, they absolutely had no objection to what he was proposing, but he still wanted to move forward with removing the designation. So, again, based on our current criteria, we are encouraging the reuse of these properties. And, if there's a way to preserve some character-defining features, that's the goal. But we understand these properties need to be reused and put back into service. And if it does require demolition, Landmark Commission has recommended for demolition on some of these vacant buildings that have come forward for demolition reviews. So, I mean, Landmark Commission understands the realities of the situations.
But to answer your question, this plan will not remove those kinds of crossroads, because council will still have to make those decisions. Right or wrong, a developer would have developed what was once seen as the old Hector B. Garcia office that had deteriorated to just a few, walls and whatever. The council voted not to remove the designation, and the gentleman went on, right? So this is not going to change that, right? Hopefully what this will do is get out and encourage touching properties before it gets to that point, right? But ultimately, this is kind of making my point. It'll still come back to this body to make the final decision. Do we remove the Hector B. Garcia? And granted, that individual did a lot for many in his time here in D.C. and here in Corpus. And there was just some nostalgia attached to that. So council says, no, we want that designation to stay. And the developer said, okay, I can find another place to develop. Hopefully, we will be touching properties like that through the historic preservation officer, finding grants, finding other, local individuals who are, geeked up about, saving historic fabric. So, it won't prevent those kind of crossroad issues where tough decisions will have to be made, but hopefully we'll be more proactive in not allowing buildings or structures to get to that point.
Okay, I'd like to thank you for removing that comment on property registration.
Now, I wasn't ready to follow my sword on that. However, as long as you know why it's important, right? In other words, if you have a vacant building and you register, and maybe we do it annually, biannually, whatever, but at least now I have some way of touching you regularly, saying, hey, Mr. Hernandez, what are you going to do with this building, right? What are your plans? Can we help you? Can we, do a planning meeting, or our early assistance meetings, just to help you with ideas? But it's just not going to sit there year after year and just deteriorate. So it was just a way of trying to engage people who have vacant buildings, and just not necessarily rattling the cage, but just making sure they're engaged to help keep the building, because it's obviously the fabric of the community. But we took it out because now the historic preservation officer, if approved, is going to have to do a little more work to, oh yeah, that's Mr. Smith's building, or that's Mr. Jones' building, whatever. So,
okay,
no problem.
Again,
Okay.
thank you for removing
One last
it.
comment, if I may.
Well, I have one last question.
Go ahead, sorry.
On strategy number 14, which is develop local tax incentive programs, it's not very specific as to what kind of program that is. And last time I checked, the city is not the majority of the property taxes.
Mm-hmm.
So in creating something like this, wouldn't it be something that would be more advantageous to work with the EDC on this, to where they can include other government entities to include in the tax program? It wasn't mentioned as part of one of the I guess, what do you call these? Action items.
Right.
But I would recommend that would be something, doing 380 agreements, to where you have specific items that needs to be done with other, not only with us, but with Del Mar, maybe the county. I don't think the school district can do these things, but in some light of aspect of where you have something that is already in place and you don't have to recreate the wheel,
Right.
so to speak.
In,
right?
in Laredo, where I implemented the tax incentive there, the county participated.
Okay.
And so that was just a tremendous program. And, you know, we would present the abatement to the city for approval, and then we would go to Commissioner's Court and present it to the
And
county.
that's why I suggested having someone
Yes.
like the EDC or someone that already has a process in place to get these agreements in place that'll help you out in that process. I think it would, you know, we spend a lot of money on the EDC. I think it would be something they can include in their services to us. So I would encourage you to do that as to where it's not just all on us to try and fund some of this.
Agreed.
Okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Smith.
Thank you. I just want a quick thanks to staff for incorporating. We spent 2 hours on that workshop. You did a great job of adding our suggestions and making the changes. So thank you, Nina. Thank you, Al.
Thank you.
And Mayor Guajardo?
Sure. Yeah, I want to reiterate those last comments. Thank you. I know this is a big endeavor. It really is. And I would ask everyone to remember that if this doesn't go forth, and again, it's the first step in accomplishing everything that we all read in the plan, and all of your points are extremely valid because we have to be concerned. But what I've heard at least 50 times is that it comes back to the council, and that's what's important. Number one. Number two, if we don't move forward with this, not that anyone doesn't want to, but I just want to reiterate, we end up with a plan that was adopted on the 8th of September of 1976, which I don't think anyone wants to do. So again, I think this is great. Al, Nina, I know you and your teams have worked greatly on this and for hours on end. So thank you. And with that, I'd move to approve the item.
Okay, we have motion and second, but we still have one more comment. If I know Councilmember Pusley had requested one of the documents to be pulled up here.
I'm sorry, what's reflected does not show the markups, but we will get that to you.
Okay.
We will get that to you.
Yeah, I was going to say I never saw those in mine
Right.
either.
Right, so.
So
yeah,
that was
we do have.
that was why I asked the question,
Right.
what had changed?
Right, so we do have the markups. We'll get that to you.
Okay. And Al, I just want to say in closing, I know you were stuck to the ceiling, but that's our job. You know, that as a council member, it's our job sometimes to ask tough questions.
Understood, sir.
Okay.
Okay, and this is a public hearing, so before we move forward, I'm going to open it to the public for comment. Is there anyone in the public who would like to make comment? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing, and now I will entertain a motion.
Okay. We had a motion and a second on the floor.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries.
Rebecca, will this take 2 readings?
Yes, sir, it will.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and now we're going to move to item number 15 was pulled by city staff. So we're going to move to item number 16, which is a individual consideration item. It's a motion awarding a construction contract to Coastal Bend Demolition in Corpus Christi for Cunningham Water Treatment Plant Demolition Project. And can we have the staff presentation, please?
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. I do have a PowerPoint. If we Jeff Edmonds, Director of Engineering Services. This item is awarding a construction contract for the demolition of the old Cunningham Water Treatment Plant, which is out adjacent to Labonte Park. This is the plant that was decommissioned almost 35 years ago, and what this contract is going to do is remove everything that is above ground and down to about 3 feet below surface, so that property can be repurposed and reutilized. So we're recommending award of this contract to the lowest responsible bidder, which is Coastal Bend Demolition of Corpus Christi, and the amount of almost $1.7 million. They will be demolishing everything that's indicated on your screen there, with the exception of this water tower that's in the left-hand side of your slide that had some architectural significance and that we felt like could be retained and provide kind of an amenity for future land use. Let me see if I can mark. It's the little, that little small thing. Everything else is going to be removed to 3 feet below ground surface, and the plan is to incorporate the land that's freed up into the Labonte Park redevelopment plan. I stand ready for any questions.
Okay, Councilmember Pusley.
Jeff, will there be any, the sedimentation basins that are filled in now, will there need to be any engineering studies on those before we can start developing parks on top of those, or any soil sampling?
You know, if you were trying
requirements?
to have something that required some sort of foundation, perhaps, but
No, I'm talking more of an environmental sense, or,
No, sir.
Is there any issues with that?
No, sir.
Okay, that's all I had, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Jeff. I noticed the substation is not in there. I know that's probably AEP's, but what's the story on that? Are we just going to leave it?
No, we're coordinating with AEP on the removal of that.
Okay. So
Yeah.
you're working on it?
So that's got to happen, yes, sir.
Great.
Is it
Thanks, Kate.
decommissioned, that substation? Or?
Actually, right now it's being used by Flint Hills and Celanese
Okay.
with their pump stations that are there, but those need to go away eventually.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Sir.
Okay, Councilmember Hernandez.
You know, I just want to make a comment that the cost is way under budget, and I appreciate that. So kudos on getting that really low. Thank you.
I'll take the credit.
Yes, can I add to that several council members did raise that issue, that the lowest bidder was, I think, close to $1 million lowest to the next lowest bidder. But we did somewhat of an administrative hearing with the firm to make sure they could do it at that price. They're willing to hold that price. They have a good record of doing work for the Port of Corpus Christi, the city, and other work across the community. So we know that they're going to honor that price and do a good job, and we'll be watching closely. So.
Okay. No further comments. So,
Can I just add one thing, Councilman?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, I'm sorry. Just to say one more time, this is an incredible effort by the City Council. As Jeff said in his opening comments, this property's been abandoned since the 1980s, and it's the first thing you see when you enter into our city coming south on I-37. But maybe even more important than that, it's going to double the size of Labonte Park to make it available to the Cal Allen, Annabelle area, and the community. We see it as a regional park. We'll be meeting soon with the most interested council members in the entire council on one-on-one meetings, including Councilman Lerner and Pusley, on the master plan that's being done. That shows both 40-acre pad sites. So you have the original Labonte, that's 40, and then this will add another 40 acres of prime parkland that hugs the Nueces River. The master plan includes kayak launches, RV parking, hike and bike trails, trees, shade, barbecue setups, and that type of thing. So this is a great initiative. We appreciate the council's support, Councilman Lerner and Pusley especially, and we look forward to including some of the first amenities as a recommendation in the 2022 bond. We'll bring that to council next. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Pusley.
Yeah, Peter, I just want to say I sincerely appreciate your attention to this. As you remember, when I first came to the council, I came to you and said that this building had been an eyesore in our community for long enough, and the city needed to move forward with doing something. And I appreciate the fact that you budgeted for that and moved this forward. This is a great deal for northwest part of our city and our entire city because, as you said, it's the first thing people see when they come into our city is this old burned out building that's been abandoned since the 80s. So thank you very much.
The courthouse?
That'll be for another discussion.
All right. Before we move forward, is there any public comment? Okay, seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Okay, I'm going to try and squeeze in one more item number 17 here before we take a lunch break here. So item number 17.
Mr. Molina, actually, 17, we need to do the executive session prior to voting on 17.
Ah, okay. Got it. All right.
The exec session is really for questions, if there are any, but on item 17, so if council wishes to do it and doesn't have any questions, then we could.
But I have questions on it.
You have questions?
So
in the executive session? Okay. All right. So at this time, it's almost 1:30. So I'm going to recess for lunch so we can go into an executive session here before we hear item number 17. And so the council will go into executive session on items number 17. Is it?
It's 24 and 25.
24 and 25?
Yes, sir.
But it has to do with item number 17.
Yes, so we're just delaying action on 17 until after the executive session.
Okay.
So we need to announce the two executive sessions, and that language is on page 6 of your agenda.
Okay, so the council will go into executive session on items 24 and 25 per Texas Government Code sections 551.071 and 551.072, and we will return. back on, right?
Let's see, AB control, we're back on here. Yeah, you got it, Rebecca? Okay, there we go. Okay.
All right. We're going to resume our meeting, and we're on item number 17. Item number 17 is a motion authorizing a professional services contract with American Electric Power Texas to provide preliminary engineering and regulatory work associated with interconnection of the city's Inner Harbor seawater desalination plant to the Electric Reliability Council of Texas electric transmission grid. And we have a presentation from staff.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Mike Murphy, the Chief Operations Officer for the City of Corpus. So the item before you today is a motion authorizing a power infrastructure study in the amount of $100,000 with AEP of Texas for the Inner Harbor Seawater Desalination Plant site. With me today, of course, you know Esteban Ramos. We've got Gabe Ramirez, our director, and then we've also got a special guest, Heath Van Zant, who is the Senior Customer Account Manager for AEP Texas, to answer any of your technical questions you may have. But this study is for infrastructure only for preliminary engineering and design of the transmission level power station. This study would account for basically 15% of the station design. That's what we're asking for today. The study is estimated to take approximately 6 months. Funding for this study comes from the SWIFT loan from the Texas Water Development Board, from the first tranche of the SWIFT loan. And so we're talking about what makes this project important today. And so let's see, I think the slide that's on the board, we went over in executive session, shows the basic location of the area that we're talking about. But this is the critical piece here that I wanted to get across. So the first step was approval of the land term sheet, which council did a couple of weeks ago. And we're very close working with Flint Hills to having the option contract completed. We still probably have a week, or weeks. We have weeks, maybe a couple of months before we have that option contract completed with Flint Hills. We are moving forward with the Army Corps of Engineering permits, which is about a 12 to 18 month project. The AEP power assessment, this first part of the study is about 6 to 12 months to complete the 15% design. And what we're trying to do is to move everything in parallel with each other to expedite and to be as efficient with time as we possibly can be. This is a critical piece of the project that moves us into the discussion of the RFQ or RFP for development of the project site, and then into the construction procurement of the project. This is a critical piece of it. You can see the projects that we've got, or the initiatives that we've got set up as we're working through this together. We feel this is a very important part. Woo. Sorry. We feel this is a very important part of the project, and we do recommend council approve this next phase of the Inner Harbor site as we continue to work on this site along with the La Quinta site. And so my team here is ready for any questions that you may have.
Okay, Councilmember Hernandez.
Okay, you know, in terms of what you had mentioned, that we have, we're putting money down for the option for $300,000 for a 3-year option period, right?
That's correct.
And it's going to take 6 months to do this, but we're a couple of months from actually putting that option into place. We had mentioned this before.
Correct.
Now, I was going to, since you have the AEP here, guy here, can we get ask him how long it would take, and is there a possibility to get this back before we sign the document for that option? Because if we can't get power to this site, it would, we basically flush that $300,000 away.
So, yeah.
What was the question again about?
Okay, well, if you look at our chart up there, it says it's going to take 6 to 12 months to do this assessment.
Correct.
Is that normal? Can it be done sooner or quicker? I mean, what's entailed in doing this?
Well, we look at the property site that Flint Hills had. We just had our eyes on it here recently. So we'd have to get a meeting set up with our folks out of Tulsa to look at that site. We usually do underground study of any existing utilities that are buried in that area. You're near refineries and industrial area. And so it takes a while to put all that together. And actually what we're coming up with is a tighter scoping document and estimate for that project in that particular location. So it does take a while.
What's the fastest you could do it?
Well, it's 4 to 6 months is what's in the agreement. So I guess 4 months would be the bare minimum.
Okay.
So, but we don't, I mean, you know as well as I do, anytime you rush something like that, then you might be giving up some data that you might have to put in
I guess
assumptions.
what we're looking at is just the ballpark of is the power available? I mean, can we get power to that site?
Yes.
Before we, give $300,000 to a property that we may not be able to use.
Yes, we have transmission lines in the area.
Okay,
close proximity.
But in your opinion, is this something that we can, that just on a, eyeballing it, that we could get power there with no problem?
No problem.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Move to approve.
Any public comment? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion, which we have one on the floor by Mr. Hunter.
Second.
Okay. And any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
We see the Mayor Guajardo.
Aye.
Okay, and Mr. Ledma.
No.
Mr. Ledma voted no.
Okay. Any opposed?
Yes, Mr. Ledma besides.
And
Who else?
Rebecca, I'll abstain from the vote.
You'll abstain.
And Councilmember Martinez is voting no also.
Thank you. Okay, I couldn't hear that one.
Okay. Motion carries. Okay. Item number 18. It's a ordinance amending the fiscal year 2022 to 2026 infrastructure management plan to account for the repurposing of unused bond funds from Bond 2008, Bond 2012, and Bond 2016, and identifying new and revised street projects. And do we have a presentation?
Yes. Hi, Mayor, Council. Maria Molina. I'm the Consultant Interim Public Works Director. This ordinance will be amending the fiscal year 2022-2026 Infrastructure Management Plan, or IMP, to account for the repurposing of unused bond funds from Bond 2008, Bond 2012, and Bond 2016, and identifying the amended street projects as shown in the 2022-2026 IMP. There's 3 parts to this amendment. For the first one, staff identified $4.4 million in unspent street bond money, and it was reconciled and appropriated through an ordinance that passed in March of 2022. This is going to accelerate approximately 15 streets. Most of them, or all of them actually, are residential. These streets were selected because residential streets are a priority for us right now in the community. Construction should start in March 2023, and it will be a total of 4.34 lane miles. The second part of the amendment is going to delay one project known as the Lawrence T-Head project, and it's going to accelerate another project known as the People's Street and T-Head project. We're having to swap these because of the ongoing construction at the marina. For the third and final part of the amendment, we're going to delay 2 2022 in-house projects. One of them is Buford from Staples to Shoreline, and the other Furman from Staples to Shoreline. We're going to go ahead and accelerate one of the 2025 in-house projects known as Haven from Warrior to Violet Road. We're doing this because the community's overwhelming support for the advancement of the Haven Street project. The last slide has a table summarizing all 3 proposed amendments to this ordinance. Thank you, and does anybody have any questions?
Councilmember Pusley.
Yes. Can you tell me on the rehabilitation of Haven to Violet Road, what will we do there? So it's not a reconstruction, so we're not gonna, are we just gonna fix potholes, or are we gonna resurface, or what will
We're going to
we?
resurface the entire length of Haven.
Yeah, because I can tell you that stretch of road is horrible and has been horrible for years.
Yes, sir.
And so it needs some serious reconstruction.
Is it going to be milled also? Is it milled and overlaid?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we're going to mill up the old surface and then put a nice brand new surface on.
Okay.
So it's a mill and overlay, not just
Yeah,
an
the biggest
overlay.
problem with that is there's no curbs on either side. That's just almost like a county road. And in fact, when I was with the county, we joined the city a couple of times in fixing potholes out there, but it's been bad a long time. So I'm glad you are doing this.
Are we going to be putting?
May I say something?
No, not.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Lerma.
Yes. I talked to Public Works about this project. I brought it to the forefront because the OxyChem Lindell, may I say, is fixing up the parks there, the baseball and softball parks. They're going to repave all of it and put in lighting. So I figured that we should put this project on because of the interest of, it's going to be 15 new teams of select ball that's going to start playing there in August. That was the reason why I asked Public Works to help me move this project forward.
Thank you, Mr. Lerma. Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you. I mentioned this during the city manager's comments, but since we did redistrict and we have new items that we've added to this, if you can give us a percentage by district in terms of which residential streets are being done. I know we've posted it on our webpage before, but that would be something we could have as well.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to open this to public comment. Okay, seeing none, I will entertain a motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve by Councilmember Lerma, I believe it is. Okay.
Yes, it was.
Yes.
Okay, we have a second also. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. All right, next we're going to move on to briefings, and we have, looks like 3 of them, and so we'll start with item number 20, briefing by the city's financial advisors, Estrada Hinojosa and Company, on the city's debt strategy for fiscal year 2022.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Heather Hurlburt, Director of Finance. So today we have Noe Hinojosa with Estrada Hinojosa, who's the city's financial advisor. And thank you. And he will be walking through our plan of finance and our debt strategy for fiscal year 22. At the next meeting on the 14th, we will be bringing forward a delegation ordinance to start the process of issuing our CO, our GO, and our revenue bonds in support of our CIP plan. And so Noe will brief council on what our plan of finance is and what our strategy is for the year. Noe?
Thank you. Thank you, Heather, and thank you, Pete. It's been a while. It's good to be back, and this pandemic has been rough on a lot of us, so it's good to see all of you around. I know the mayor's not here for obvious reasons, and other councilmen, so our wishes for recovery. Basically, what's in front of you is a revised copy of what you may have received in your council packet, and basically there's some few changes from what we sent you and what you have now. This is an ongoing working document. It's not something that is final. As Heather said earlier, this is a discussion document so that at the next meeting, I guess, of the 14th, you have an ordinance prepared by your bond counsel, Norton Fulbright, that will pretty much dictate the terms and conditions that you're willing to go out to the markets with. The first page after the cover, page 2, pretty much, am I supposed to control this, or? You can ask for Okay, great. Well, he's doing it. I'll just refer by pages. That's an overall view of the city's general obligation debt. At the very bottom on the second column from left to right, you'll see there's about $436 million of debt outstanding. That debt is collateralized by over $22 billion in taxable assessed values and a dedicated tax rate of 21.95 cents. The column after that, you reach callable. That's pretty much your, I guess, the term that we refer to as the right that you have when you want to refinance or pay off that debt. So, well, we try to keep an eye on that, so that as interest rates rise or drop, or you have pretty significant demands and want to achieve certain thresholds or benchmarks in regards to tax levy, we can restructure or refinance debt according to those call provisions. So we try to put a debt portfolio that is always flexible and nimble in order to achieve goals that you may want to achieve at the time that you exercise the financing. On the right-hand quadrant on the top, you'll see a tax rate, total tax rate of 64.63. That was higher than back in 19, but it's been pretty steady for the last 3 years. And we pretty much have been tasked by your staff, and I guess staffed by you, to keep the tax rate of 21.95 dedicated for INS at that level, including, apparently there's a contemplation that maybe a referendum sometime in the fall. They've been asking us about running capacities, and we've done that too. That's, I'm sure, an item for a future meeting, but what's important to you is whatever you do today, it stays within that tax rate. The ratings, AA2 by Moody's, AA by S&P, AA by Fitch, pretty stable. You'll see a quadrant at the bottom right saying that you got $75 million authorized by the voters, but you have yet to issue. So what's contemplated at the meeting of the 14th is to issue a portion of that $75 million so that you can go about doing projects. On the next page, pretty much gives you, and I love the page not because of the schematics or the colors there, but basically anything you see in white below the blue line is what I call the capacity window to do things that you need to do if your CIP calls for. So you're in a very good condition, financial debt condition, to do things if you want to go forward with. And basically, as you have that de-escalating graph of bars of principal and interest, anything between those bars and the line is that capacity. I refer that as the wet and wild water slide. So that's what you want to have. So then on page 4, that's what's being considered today, or for that matter, for discussion purposes again. General obligation bonds of about $39.25 million. Actually, it's more like, is that the right number? 39.25? Perfect. And where streets, you'll do about 30 million and a half. Parks, 6 3/4. Public safety improvements of about 2. Along with this general obligation bond, there'll be 2 other pieces, certificates of obligation, one on a tax-exempt basis and one on a taxable basis, consistent with what you've done in the past for landfill and solid waste improvements, where basically parks is going to require about $300,000, public safety $5.4 million, solid waste $9 million, public facilities $3.3, health department $2 million. That's about $20 million. So combined, you're looking at an offering of about $59.25 million. If you go back to the next, if you go to the next page, page 5, you'll see how that water slide at the front end on the second column, second bar, it actually goes right up to the blue line. The difference between the blue line and the yellow line is the yellow line assumption of the tax levy remaining the same for the next 20 years or so. And the blue line is consistent with where net revenues or enterprise revenues coming from the enterprises to offset the tax rate that is necessary to pay all your GO debt. Think of the enterprise system as, or the enterprise systems as your kids, and the GO base being the dad supporting or the mom supporting or collateralizing, co-signing the loans for the kids. Next, page 6 is basically your timetable. We're today, May 24th, present this plan of finance with subsequent obligations or actions from the council in the future. So I'll stop here for the GO side. Any questions you may have you'd like to ask us?
Councilmember Pusley.
Yeah, Noe, back on, let me see what page we're on, page 2, where we talked about the 75
Yes.
million that we have available to us.
Mm-hmm.
And you said your recommendation would be we would take down a part of that, but due to the possibility of rising interest rates, would we be better off taking all of it now?
Well, I was, that's a great question. I think I told someone yesterday I was talking to in private equity, and they had an intern with them. I told the kid, despite the fact that he's going to Texas A&M University, no, I'm just kidding. I told the kid he needs to take a class on how to read a crystal ball. You know, I think it is obvious to some of us who are in the fixed income side that as the Fed continues to raise the Fed rate, the yield curve is going to steepen, and basically the back end of the rates are going to go higher. It's more of a policy issue. From our perspective, we're finding out that clients want to do as much as they can. There's always that catch-22. You know, and you heard the expression of Monday morning quarterbacking.
Right.
I think as long as you'll understand that you're exposed to higher rates, whether you do a portion or something significant, you should try to do as much as you can. On the other hand, and I want to really commend Heather and Peter and Constance's staff and them too for the fact that you survived the IRS last year for literally some similar issues where you were being, I think, looked upon for the fact that you had overborrowed or perceived to be overborrowed, Peter?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, you've heard of the thing arbitrage. So if we borrow money and we don't spend it at a point in time, we have to pay the IRS.
Right.
And we were near that. That's why Heather and Constance have reassessed our cash reserves, and they're being more prudent about borrowing, so we don't get into that situation. We're real close, and with financial advisors' help, we walked ourselves off the cliff. We stayed on the cliff, not off it. So we don't want to get in that situation.
Okay.
Right.
All right, good. Okay, thank you. No, I appreciate that.
We tried. All right. Anyone else?
No, go ahead. There's no other questions?
Anyone else? No? All right. So then we get into the utility side. And the utility side is more about ability and the fact that you have had rates in place for years and in terms of enough sufficient water revenues and sewer revenues. And on that, there's I guess a contemplated $100 million offering. The junior lien revenue bond issue is more of a term that came up with attorneys, but basically all the bonds today that are outstanding by the city on utilities they're all junior lien revenue bonds. That is the optimal lien right now. So whenever you are loaned or someone buys a bond from the city, the pledge is net revenues from the system that is comprised of water, sewer, and gas. And here what we're talking about is about $30 billion for water improvements, $40 million for wastewater, and $30 million for the stormwater. The smaller loan, $4.75 million, that's a placement we did with the Water Development Board. And Heather, if you could be kind enough to go over that.
Sure. That was actually at the last meeting. We did the amount for the Oso Creek bank stabilization, or not bank stabilization, the the Oso Creek project that we brought to council last week, actually.
So, so basically, if you were to go out and borrow this 104 and change, and the 4 is pretty much spoken for, that'll be added to the next page, page 9. Very similar to the GO side. In this case, the utility side has twice as much debt outstanding. Not unusual for the type of a system you have. As I was kind of reminded earlier today that this system is not only a city of Corpus Christi system, it's a regional system, and thus the amount of debt of 853 is consistent with somewhat a system of this magnitude, and in this part of the state being so exposed to the elements. Having said that, about 634 million of that debt is callable, and it's got the various call dates there, and we monitor that, and because of interest rates being higher than what you originally borrowed the money for, there's really no candidates there to refund for savings. What's important to you as a business, if this was a business, you literally, if you look at the quadrant on the right side, the very top line, you'll see pledged revenues, 102.5, then 99, then 89.9, 93.6. In 21, you were about 98.9. That is literally the profit you're making of the system to go pay the bank for everything you borrowed. So everything you borrowed right now, if you turn to the page 10, you're required to pay about $60 million, and you're bringing in 90. So you're covering that 1.5 times. The more ample the coverage, the better position you're in, not only to do more, but in case of emergency, whether it's a flood, hurricane, you got that space to be able to move, certain revenues to pay that obligation. The obligation does not change. The obligation is fixed. So if you go to page 11, you'll see once that debt is issued, about $100 million, we think it'll cost about $5.9 million a year. And this is out, Isaiah, over 30 years? Yeah, over 30 years. By the way, Isaiah Huerta is the fellow who makes us look good. So I want to give that credit to him. And what's important there, if you look at the very far right column, second from right to left, the coverages are about 145 in 2023, then it goes to 151, and it stays there. Anytime you borrow money, you want to have that level of cushion. We like to see something better than 135, 145, and you're exceeding that. So kudos to you all for running a good system. Here, the difference between page 12 and the other page that made reference to the timetable, again, you'll be looking at adopting an ordinance on the 14th and a second reading on the 21st. And then we're contemplating selling the bonds sometime, in the case of the GOs, we said sometime the week of June 27th. And I was just talking to Heather, and I thought that the utilities should also be done around the same day or day after. But we don't want to be too unnecessarily exposed to continual races by the Fed. I think the Fed meets in June and then in July. And as you know, the markets tend to overreact before they even meet. And with that, I'll stop and entertain questions you may have.
Do we have any questions from the council? Councilmember Hernandez.
Just real quick, on page 9.
Yes, sir.
The total amount of $853 million, that's before the $100 million that we're asking to issue for this amount, so it'll still be below that $100 million threshold where you're talking about net revenues for 2021. Is that?
Yes. What the threshold, so you appreciate where I'm coming from, or where we're coming from, is based on the cash flow of your net revenues.
Right.
And what all this debt requires you to pay on an annual basis. So the credit analysis is based on, is your system generating enough net revenues to pay the debt? So whether the debt is 500 million or $1 billion or $1.2 billion, a lot of it is based on the amplitude or that you have between your net revenue and your payment obligation on an annual basis.
Okay. Just want to make sure I'm
following. That's fine.
No,
please.
it just, we have a schedule, a plan of significant rate increases. Are we taking this into consideration when we're looking at these thresholds? Because, I mean, that's something that has not been voted on.
No.
So this is just current, what we're collecting right now?
If I understand, yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if I'm looking at this correctly, we're well below the threshold in terms of how, based on what we're collecting right now. So would there even be a need for increases going forward in rates?
Yeah, I mean, because one of the things you need to think about, not only are your rates driven by your debt service, but also by your operations. And
No, I get it, but you're still below significantly on your debt service, right?
Yes. So what we have been doing on the utility side is making sure that, we, anticipation of the possible Texas Water Development Board issuance for the large amount for the desal plant. We've been structuring our debt in anticipation of that. So right now our ratios probably are looking better than they would, but we're doing this in anticipation of that being issued in 23, 24, 25 timeframe.
So you would add another $200 million to this threshold here, right?
Exactly. Now, that is also, a lot of that is offset by our debt surcharge, and so these don't reflect all that other revenue that's coming in right now. This is just off of this is modeled based off of
what we're getting from utility rates.
Operational revenues and stuff.
Okay.
Exactly.
So I'm following, so we probably need to circle back and see the bigger picture as we go forward, not just the snapshot we're looking at now.
Exactly, and we can do that. This is more of a high level, but we have taken that into consideration over the last several years as we've issued debt and as we've modeled our debt for the utilities in anticipation of that issuance.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, can I just add to that, Councilman, just to remind our constituents and ratepayers, our water rate actually went down this year. And there are rate increases. I don't know if significant sounds kind of scary. I think there were marginal rate increases in the future. I don't have the rate model in front of me, but there are planned rate increases. We'll bring those back this budget season, but I just want to remind ratepayers that we actually lowered the rate this year.
Yeah, I want to say we lowered the rate there, but then we also added a stormwater fee. So I think that kind of balanced out. But ultimately, the structures are every 2 years in terms of rate increases based on what the presentation we got. But I want to make sure we visit that. That way we have the complete overall picture, including, what our debt structure is, what it would be if we borrowed money, which we haven't decided yet, right? For a possible desal plant, and then what that looks like in operational costs, so we have the complete big picture for that. Thank you.
Sir.
Councilmember Smith.
Thank you. Kind of along that lines. Now, our rates are based on cost of service, correct?
Yes.
And what we're looking at here is more of an EBITDA or cash flow as we're determining what our debt service is. So there are a couple of different animals, so to speak. One's more of a cash flow EBITDA basis, and the other is more of a accrual basis as we're dealing with cost of service. So we're calculating the cost of service. And thank you for the great information. And what I see out of this, one, it's conservative because you're not putting any rate increases in this. This is at current rates. We've got a great ratio at current rates on there on the utility side. And then on the GO side, we're not factoring in increases in property values. That's a constant too, right?
That's right.
So what we're saying, we're operating with good ratios on there, a very conservative way of going forward. So future councils, I think, will be seeing good news. And I want to thank Mr. Estrada on the information that you provide. It's a great tool to know where we stand with it, and I really appreciate the briefings that you do and the underlying information for it, because it sure helps determining future policy with it. And one last thing, Council Member Pusley said that we're good riding that line. We know rates are going to go up, so to place as much as we can and still not stay within the IRS 36-month guidelines. It's walking a little fine line. We're talking millions of dollars in interest costs in the future with it. So the more we can place up to the line, but not, you're staying on the edge of that cliff, so to speak. Let's just not fall off the cliff. So anyway, thank you, Heather. I know y'all and Constance working very well with, but I really appreciate the report.
Councilmember
I was going to say
Pusley.
just a comment on that. So we are monitoring that very closely. And so, we're in constant contact with Noe and his staff. And if at some point that we do feel like that those interest rates are exponentially rising, or we really foresee that, we can, work with them and turn this around on a quick, in bond terms, on a quick pivot to issue if we need to.
Yeah. Okay, there's no further comments.
Well, I was kindly reminded to share with you if there was any issues on House Bill 1869. It's on page 14, the difference between GOs and COs. That's something we worked very closely with the legislature in the past session, and that was that COs, although seen by many as a negative tool, dead tool for that matter, we felt compelled to work very closely with the leaders in the legislature that there are certain elements that I think the CO Act can help. And one of the cases, for example, is solid waste improvements. You can just imagine if you don't have a CO tool and you have an emergency, whether it's solid waste or whatever, there's no other way to fix it unless you go to the voters. And sometimes the voters expect all of us who are on top of each other analyzing issues of the city to act on things. So that's why the CO was left. It doesn't apply to everything like it used to, but now it's more limited, and I think what you're doing here today is something that fits that limitation. I don't know. Is that all right, Heather?
That's perfect.
Great. Thank you. Thank you again for your tolerance and for listening to us.
One more comment.
One more comment,
Councilmember Hernandez.
Since you opened the door to COs.
Well, see? Thank you, Heather.
Look, you had mentioned that, and this is probably something me and Councilman Pusley agree on, is that, when you have an emergency, COs are the tool to use, right? And have no issue with that.
Yeah.
It's when it's used outside of that.
Sure.
That you have some concerns. So can you be more specific as to that particular legislation as to what it can and cannot be used for?
So basically, if you go to page 14, it says, in general, debt excluded from M&O tax rate is debt that is self-supporting. So you got roads and sidewalks, parks, airports. That's designated infrastructure. So other than being self-supported, you can do roads, sidewalks, parks, airports, communication, IT systems, cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is not part of an enterprise, but if you get a cyber attack, you got to do something to fix that. So we felt compelled to do that, leave that in there. Utility systems, like in some places, cities don't have enough water and sewer rates in place before they sell revenue bonds, because when you sell revenue bonds, you got to have net revenues history. Mm-hmm. So we left that in there. Police and fire, again, those are issues that only you or city management can attest to the fact that let's do something there, better equipment, and so on and so forth. So we just felt, leave that there. Judicial facilities, municipal courts. In the case of counties, judicial courts. Some counties grow out of their space, there's all kinds of issues there. So, and then issues for emergency, renovations, improvement of equipment, existing facilities, vehicles and equipments, again, for the same purpose above. And sometimes people sell COs for voter authorized. And I'll tell you too, the Attorney General now, been in the business long enough to know that the AGs, when they change opinions, but the Attorney General today, if you have a bond election and he fails, you can't do a financing for that same purpose that you took to the voters after 3 years. And so you can just imagine, you try to pass something and he fails, we gotta be nimble. Cities like Corpus Christi and many others in South Texas, but Texas as a whole is being grown by leaps and bounds. And what you don't want is, in our humble opinion, is be constrained to your toolbox.
Okay. So just looking at what you have here, roads, sidewalks, parks, airports, communication, cybersecurity systems, police and fire, judicial facilities. It's pretty much everything we're putting onto a general obligation bond. Is there a limitation as to how much of a percentage of certificates of obligation you have? Because, I mean, realistically, we don't even have to do a GO bond.
I mean, good question. I represent City of Dallas, and in Dallas we have, in the charter, we have a limitation as to how much NCOs, the city should do or should have exposure to. Of course, that's Dallas.
No, is there a state requirement?
No, not a state requirement.
So we could forego a general obligation election and do all COs.
Yes.
If we wanted to, based on what you can do through here.
That is correct, sir. Yeah. So I'll give you an example. The question came up about $125 million of GOs in the future, be considered. I think staff is being very conservative and being mindful about how much issuance of COs. Whatever plans we're doing for you, if there are COs that need to be done, we're running.
So what is your recommendation for us as a community? What percentage of COs should we have versus GOs?
I normally, my recommendation has always been to stay as nimble as possible. The rating agencies do not, these third-party analysts who, of course, when you're running high and you're doing great, they're telling you AA credit. And when things turn upside down, then they downgrade you or come after you really hard. I've always been of the opinion that we should not put ourselves in a box. We should always be proactive and use every tool in the box that you need. And thus, when you tell me what percent, I think typically I don't care much about the percent as much as what you and your colleagues on this dais feel is necessary to fund through a CO. I think I care more about, and I think I'm sure you do too, that everybody understands the motive. Why are you borrowing a 20-year instrument, for this purpose? And I care more about you understanding what you're doing. Like in this case, we're going through this list of items, and I hope that you're fully aware of what it is that you're doing, and it's not going to break anybody, and you're certainly going to address issues.
So just for reference, what's Dallas's limitation?
25%, I think, 20 or 25%, and I can get that for staff and pass it on to you.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes.
Councilmember Pusley.
So, Noe, let me make sure I understand. You said that in the Attorney General's current opinion, if a governmental entity went out for
a bond referendum
for a $100 million bond and it got voted down, then they can't go back out. They can't turn around the next week and do $100 million worth of COs.
That is correct, sir.
For at least 3 years.
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, don't hold me to it. I'm not the lawyer, but that's what I've been told.
Well, we appreciate the information. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Peter.
Okay, we're going to move on to item number 21. It's the 87th Legislature Interim Activity Update and preparations for the upcoming 88th Legislature.
Thank you. Tammy Embry, Director of Intergovernmental Relations, for the record. That discussion on HB 1869 is actually a great lead-in to this update. It's actually still a very live issue. And I know one that Snapper and them plan to talk about today. There are members of the legislature who don't believe there should be anything done by COs or GOs, that everything should be taken to the voters. It was a very lively discussion. It was one that I updated y'all on weekly during the legislative session last year. And those exemptions that Noe described just now were very hard-fought wins to get exemptions in that bill. That being said, we've got Snapper Carr and Kurt Seidlitz here from Focus Advocacy, our state lobby consultants in Austin, here to give us an update on what's going on over the interim and what should we be thinking about as we start preparing for this next upcoming session to begin in January of 2023. The last 6 to 8 weeks have seen a lot of activity in hearings. We have been visiting here at City Hall about a lot of different issues that they're involved in. Snapper and Kurt have a long history in the utility industry, municipal electrics, municipal water in particular, and represent a variety of cities and municipal utilities around the state, and are here to answer any questions that y'all might have in addition to their quick briefing.
Members of council, Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor, I think is joining us electronically, I understand. I hope getting well soon. Thank you for having us today. I'm Snapper Carr. I'm a partner and general counsel with Focused Advocacy. My partner, Kurt Seidlitz, our founder and partner, is here as well. We wanted to give a quick overview. It's always nice to get to be back in person and not just doing these by electronic screens. We've had the pleasure of working for a number of years with the city of Corpus Christi, and it's always informative because I often say this, but to actually sit through a council agenda and hear the topics that y'all have to deal with on the dais kind of reinforces something that we say often, which is cities have more issues before the Texas legislature and agencies than any other entities without a close second. And when you go through your agenda today, and as you listen, whether it's the issuance of debt in your finances, your transportation bond program, your historic preservation, your capital infrastructure, all of those have a basis in the legislature and in statute, as city attorney can attest to. And all of those are opened up for debate every odd-numbered year. And it's a trivia fact, of all of our thousands of pages of laws and chapters of law, municipalities and cities are referenced the most. Another reinforcing point that the work that goes on in Austin and in the state agencies to implement and carry out those laws and rules impacts you all greatly. It either sets up a toolbox for you all to address some of these issues that you've talked about today and others that you have on your agendas. Makes life easier for your department heads to come up with solutions or to carry out your goals, or they can stand in their way and they sometimes need to be revisited. And we have seen a great debate about those. Fortunately, this interim, as Tammy said, has really started to kick off and be real active. Last go-round, of course, and during the course of the pandemic with the shutdown, we did not have interim processes. We didn't have interim hearings. And really, none of us were quite sure, and we talked about this, although we had a lot of interaction with member cities and others, but not having that actual organization of the interim process where the stakeholders kind of organize around some topics had a great impact, especially on cities, in my opinion, that we saw that showed up in the legislative session. And some of that was a lack of the interaction that we could have with the stakeholders, both the statewide trade associations, be that the builders, be that large business interest, be that any other special interest that's going to go to Austin, particularly those entities that you all as a city have some sort of regulatory function on, or some service that you carry out via utility service or a service that you provide to your community that you're primarily responsible for. I saw short-term vacation rentals on your whole host of bills filed last session. We expect again, all of these things. Last session, we were kind of in the dark as we got to what was an odd, obviously, operating time, especially the first few months of session with the way the Capitol was operating. This session, we're back to we're back to a more normal process. We have had very substantive hearings already on very important topics, some of which, again, y'all have mentioned in the context of your agenda today. And this week, we have a whole host of other hearings that will be affecting cities. And what that's allowing is a little better look at where leadership is intending to go with certain topics. The fact that there's a topic interim charge issued on a certain topic is a good indication that leadership, those are issued, of course, by the lieutenant governor in the Senate and in the House. They're ultimately approved and issued by the Speaker of the House and then carried out by the various committees. when they end up there, that's a good indication of there's going to be something, a recommendation coming out of this, or there's some area of interest that we have. And so participating in that, seeing what other colleagues in the local government world are doing with those, what TML is doing, and participating in that as Tammy does, is all real important. Also participating and seeing locally here, having that dialogue with the delegation, which your delegation is excellent in their way that they communicate and try to stay connected on the various topics that we have. And then working with your local stakeholder groups that also, again, have legislative interests or agendas, and your other governmental entities too, and we'll come back to that. But this time around, we wanted to give a little bit of some of the key policy areas that we see and that we've already had some hearings on, and some of the agency actions, and then just a little look forward on a few of the things that y'all care a lot about. Much like I'm sure has been discussion locally, one of the key topics, and in fact there was a major hearing, and we've had, I think that was the third one already from various in the Senate Finance Committee yesterday on property taxes, and looking at it from appraisal issues to property tax collections to the equity between commercial and residential, homestead exemptions, the whole host across the board. And of course, you can't really talk about property taxes without then talking about the school finance system, which is the biggest component, of course, that the state cares about. And that draws us in as local entities, of course. There will be undoubtedly a very significant look at how to mitigate property tax pressures on residential and business. The legislature, of course, has done so the last couple of times around. One of the things that we have that I think is going to be a little different than what we've seen in the last couple of sessions is that the state, and it's still up in the air as to what this number will end up at, will have a significant, it appears, budget surplus. There was $3.3 billion in unappropriated ARPA funds that were set aside for potential future use. They've already had one interim hearing that looked at potentially applying that in some manner to property tax relief. There have been looks at ways to expand exemptions for certain classes of taxpayers, or to, again, look at the impacts of some of the exemptions and incentive programs that we currently have on the books as it relates to property tax. We say this and highlight that because it's probably been the most talked about topic of recent at the Capitol. It obviously affects everything with regards to it being the main funding source for our public education system. What that will often do, and certainly local governments, cities and counties in particular, have been drawn into that discussion. It has been noted that in the legislature's mind, SB 2, the limitations that you all know that were placed on your ability to change the rate and the amount of revenue that you collect over the effective rate was changed. There is some discussion about that again, but so far I will say that the testimony that has been put forward in the committee hearings has been that it is in essence working to have a limit, and that just because the appraisals have gone up, that the legislature had put in place some safeguards around that. The business community has been very active, and when I say business community, I'm using a very general term, but the trade associations that represent businesses at the Capitol have been very active this interim in putting forward information and proposals, everything from full replacement of the property taxes with the sales tax program to the way we tax inventories. If you can think of it, it's probably been discussed or proposed as it relates to this. All of that said, we can count on having another property tax session. There's undoubtedly, in the appraisal system itself will be looked at. Another one I wanted to mention that is kind of a perennial topic, and it's back to one of those ones that cities are really kind of the key provider of this in the state, and that's the land use and land management. every session, we're going to have bills that are filed that deal with the authority that local governments have with regards to land use or how it affects certain activities. Sometimes it can be more targeted and limited, like how land use deals with a military base encroachment. We will have bills filed on that. But then it can be more broad. There's been proposals to do away in its entirety of zoning. I don't think that would happen, but that certainly has been put on the table. The other that we continue to see, and I think there will be a very concerted push this session, is to look at the role of the ETJ in a post-annexation reform world. And that is something that has become a little more vocal in various areas around the state. I would say probably in our, just working with our clients, some of the areas that I would call suburban growth that has maybe transferring from rural to suburban areas that are experiencing growth are driving a lot of that discussion. That then leads us into the next topic is how we provide and plan for water and wastewater services in this state, and what effect that has to be getting that from a municipally owned or public utility versus receiving those services in some sort of special district or a MUD or some other entity that might be providing that in your area, and looking at what that means to the ratepayers, what it means to our overall state planning for that, are things that are already percolating through the process and will be discussed. We've already had 2 hearings that have gotten into that. There's also a look at, and I think because of the drought conditions that our country and the state have been experiencing, to look at our state water plan process and how that is formulated. At a recent hearing in the Senate Water Committee, looking at how the various state entities, whether that be the Water Development Board, TCEQ, the Public Utility Commission, and what role they have in determining what ends up in that final state plan, and how we ensure that the items that are in that state plan are actually being brought forward and come to fruition, and not just a wish list, if you will. And that was kind of how it was characterized. That's been something that's been talked about for a number of years as well. Also, to look at how we maybe in a more uniform manner deal with groundwater management in the state is going to be a very big topic, with regards to how we manage aquifers and pumping, and especially if we're going to be pumping from aquifers to move water to a different region. Those are coming under a great deal of scrutiny by the legislature for how those are managed and the effects that they have on the landowners and potentially water right holders in those areas where the water is being exported from. Lastly, the item I wanted to mention before I mentioned a few state agencies and hand it to Kurt was the issue of debt and the level of debt. So it was very apropos that Noe was right before us, because that bill that was referenced, 1869, was author of that was the Dustin Burrows, the chairman of the Calendars Committee from Lubbock area. And he had previously chaired Ways and Means, so he has a background in this space and actually had an interest in that topic for a few years. The issuance of COs has been a bit of a controversial issue before the legislature for over a decade now. Former Senate Finance Chair Steve Ogman had bills to prohibit it outright. The bill as filed last session would have, in essence, prohibited outright, except in very narrow circumstances. As Tammy said, through a very long process and lots of city and local government input, along with financial advisors and bond industry, we're able to make a lot of beneficial changes, as y'all saw from the summary that you had of that preserved a lot of authority. The author of that bill has said that he wants to take another look at it and maybe tighten some things up. So we're going to have another debate. There are some members of the legislature that still believe that, as Tammy mentioned, that every debt issuance should be approved by the voters, even if delayed. And so we're going to have another debate about that and what the appropriate potential debt levels are to carry. We mentioned that the legislature is kind of the first step in the process, of course. Cities also interact with the regulatory and executive agencies of this state more than any others. And there are certainly some that are being very active in the interim legislative process and in the rulemaking processes going forward. Maybe not as directly, but certainly affecting you all, and certainly a part of this is the discussions, and Kurt can go into more details about it, but the electric grid review and the fallout from Winter Storm Uri, and the rules and implementations of Senate Bill 2 and Senate Bill 3, which were the major legislation that was filed or passed in response to the failures during Winter Storm Uri. Looking at coordination amongst utility providers, so critical infrastructure such as water and wastewater, what would be required of that, interactions with the electric provider and fuel providers for gas and so forth. But the PUC, TCEQ, Railroad Commission, and TDM all have very active rulemakings that have been undergoing and being implemented, and that doesn't even get into discussions about ERCOT and their review of the overall electric market. So still a great deal of activity. We've had one business and commerce hearing on the grid situation, and those agencies that we just mentioned presented that. The PUC just announced a couple of market redesigns. That's a very major topic that will be a very major issue before the legislature next time around. It certainly can affect operations of services that you all provide. Obviously, it affects your community if our grid is being reformed. And it certainly all of these will have a cost component to them that are being looked at too. We mentioned Water Development Board, TCEQ, obviously very significant agencies that cities deal with, especially with regards to bringing capital water projects forward. They ultimately, Water Development Board, by the way, it should be noted, is going through sunset review, which means the agency processes and how they their statute governs them is getting a look, and they've already had their initial hearing on that, and that will be ongoing moving forward. The Comptroller's Office also has some very active rulemakings that we are participating in and paying attention to that affect sales tax sourcing, and how that some of those rules that were discussed pre-pandemic that kind of got put on hold on the implementation because of some litigation that was filed primarily by some cities in North Texas. And we've had hearings already in the House to look at potential changes to that. Tammy participated in those and helping evaluate them, but another big topic. There's a lot of opportunities, I actually think, too. I know that we often come up and have to talk about the defense that we play or the education that we have to do, but I think with the financial situation that the state budget's looking to be in, and with the recognition that a lot of the functions that local governments are carrying out need to be at the forefront of making improvements, we have some unique opportunities. We have a broadband development office in the Comptroller's office now that's going to have $400 to $500 million in grant funding for broadband related projects, both for rural and urban areas. We're going to have, again, opportunities likely when we finally get some of the details worked out on the federal side, more federal money that'll flow to the state for transportation. Then generally, we're going to have a state budget that has a lot more GR. And so programs that have been successful, but we might have had to scale back a little bit, like DAG, that has benefited this community, the defense grant program that the governor's office manages, potentially could have more money, or they could seek to get more money. But a lot of the functions that I think that you all have oversight on and care about, we will have some opportunities, I think, to make improvement. We're going to have to play defense. There's going to be some contentious issues. We haven't mentioned probably one of the ones that's a little bit more contentious, which is your ability to advocate at the Capitol and the limits that might be put on that, whether through hiring an IGR person, hiring professional consultants, or you yourselves and staff participating down there. There's an interim charge in the Senate that will look at that topic on how local governments advocate, and there's not the equivalent in the House. That said, I would also note that although cities and counties were a bit more at the forefront of that debate, I think, over the last handful of years, I suspect that the public education community and schools and ISDs are going to be also now catapulted a little bit more into the spotlight on that discussion. And public education, although, again, not a direct city function, but certainly a community matter, is going to very much be probably the largest topic, again, since it ties to your property taxes. And so, Kurt, I know I've covered a lot there, but I wanted to see if you wanted to.
I was trying to think of anything else, but I've got a couple.
Good.
One, I just wanted to mention too, because as Snapper said on y'all.
Could you turn your microphone off, please?
As Snapper said. Yeah, there it is, green. As Snapper said, you know, you just look through this agenda, and I can equate it to an interim charge or a bill down there in the legislature. One that we didn't really mention, but it kind of plays in a little bit with Main Street projects that y'all were talking about and other things, is economic development. Absolutely. And that's going to be a big issue this time. Y'all will recall 313 expires at the end of this year. The controller has given out notice that if you don't get an abatement in from the school district side program by June the 1st, they're not giving any assurance that they'll be able to address that. So these economic development tools, some people just want to do away with all of them. 380 agreements are going to come up again, 312 agreements as well as 313. It's kind of the mantra's been, don't pick winners and losers, but there sure is a lot of credit taken when we do really well with businesses moving to Texas, and we continue to see, I think we'll see some form of these programs going forward, but they're going to look a little bit different. Some of the initial testimony that's been talked about in some of these hearings is that they'll focus it more on manufacturing, which was kind of the original concern back in the day, on manufacturing to bring products back to being made in Texas. And a lot of the emerging technologies and the chips and things of that nature, look at the TI plant up there in North Texas that was just approved, et cetera. So you'll see it out there. It's just going to look different. It's going to look and reform. And of course, we plan to play in that field and make sure that cities are protected in Corpus Christi with you just look around big refineries and things of oil and gas around here. It's got to stay.
And it's important to note that we actually have had a voice in that process already in the first hearing, and that we helped get Ian Vasey and worked with Todd Hunter's office to get Ian Vasey invited to testify at the first hearing on 313 reform, and we'll continue to fight to have a seat at that table.
The other thing I was just going to mention, as well as kind of prognosticate a little bit on elections, but is it kind of took Winter Storm Uri for everyone to realize how coordinated we need to be between TCEQ, the PUC, and the Railroad Commission. It's almost like people didn't know that gas pipelines were used in power production, that electricity was used in the backup of water facilities. Can't run a pump without electricity. So when Senate Bill 3 was looking at all these factors, they tried to make a big focus on coordination between these three agencies. So if there's one thing from a city perspective is to try to help keep those folks concentrated on that focus of coordination. And also the other C word is communication, to make sure that they communicate with city government. The AEP gentleman was here, and I know they've made a great effort, as other utilities around the state, to be able to coordinate and talk about outages and restorations with local communities. Those were a couple of things I wanted to mention, and we were also asked to kind of talk about a leadership forecast It's probably going to look a lot the same. Of course, we're having elections today for runoffs in the primaries. AG's race on the Republican side, railroad commissioner. We're going to have a new land commissioner nominee on the Republican side. And on the Democratic side, a lieutenant governor and land commissioner nominees also. Probably when the smoke clears in November, there's probably not going to be a whole lot of difference in the makeup of state leadership except for a couple of new ones. And probably the Senate's going to stay probably about exactly the same, 19 to 12. And the House might shift a little bit in the Republican favor a little bit more than it is today. But as far as lieutenant governor, of course, stays the same. The speaker will probably stay the same. So I don't foresee. The one thing I would urge, and I think we're making good progress on this, is rather than from kind of the contentious viewpoints that have been there maybe in 17 and 19, especially during the special sessions, that I think some of these disasters that have come about have given the heightened awareness of how we need to work with state leadership, and more from their side, they need to work with us on these issues. So I would just continue to encourage that.
Kurt, that's an excellent point. It was one that I was going to make as well when you talked about, and Kurt's right that obviously I didn't early vote today, so I had to make sure to do that before I drove down here today. But the legislative chessboard will, for all intents and purposes, be pretty set after today. Most of the action is in the primaries. There will be a few competitive races in both chambers. But the vast majority of the membership will be known by tomorrow morning. But Kurt makes the mention of trying to foster that partnership again with the state, and by doing that is to think about the things that are going to be in your agenda. That this is a process of getting set, and these interim hearings help inform you all to make good decisions about what to include in that and how to include it. But to think about how we can fit within some of the larger policy discussions that the state leaders are having. So the governor cares greatly, obviously, about economic development, and how we position ourselves with our asks or things that we want to protect within that space to make the case of how that benefits, say, the governor's economic development program, as it relates to hardening of our utility system, to ensuring good water supply even in times of drought. All of these things are opportunities, and I think the more that we can find those opportunities to fit within the state leadership's policy agendas and to help maybe see how some of these things are complements to their areas, will help us highlight those partnerships more and maybe mitigate some of the areas that we know we have a little more contentious back and forth on. As y'all know, and we've said it before, our main goal and what we try to tell our clients is our really main goal as extension of city staff in Austin, working with your management team, is ultimately to retain the authority for you all to debate these topics and make decisions locally, and to give you tools to do that. And that's goal number one. And we go into these interim hearings and these topics and these public policy areas with that in mind. Tammy, I think we have covered most. I wanted to make sure we left time for
I think you've covered everything. Do y'all have questions today?
All right, Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you. One of the things that we're struggling with here, or having to deal with here, is short-term rentals. Do you see any legislation coming down the line regarding short-term rentals?
Absolutely, there will be. Not last session, but the session before last, there was a real serious bill brought by Airbnb and HomeAway that would have preempted the vast majority of local powers. It was defeated. It advanced a little further. This city opposed it, Tammy's efforts and others, and the delegation. But absolutely there will be. They have full-time consultants, those entities, and there's a continual discussion about it. And so I will say that one of the areas that we've seen is since 2019, to now, we've really seen an uptick in the organization of neighborhoods and citizens that are engaging at the Capitol. It's not just local governments there talking about their ordinances, it's actually citizens that have, and I think that's made a huge difference in the debate.
Okay, because I know we have several organizations, I get emails from both sides.
Yes, sir.
Of the argument, and so they're about equal in terms of for and against. Or what other organizations are out there that are promoting short-term rentals besides Airbnb, HomeAway, VRBO?
There were some trade groups that I think they were maybe members of that put some reports out about the benefits of them and maybe the benefit of limiting. The Texas Public Policy Foundation supported the bills that we indicated we were in opposition to on behalf of cities. So I don't know if they'll be involved in the topic again, but mainly it's the private companies and then, like I said, local governments. So TML and individual cities that have, heavier concentrations. We have some of the largest Airbnb markets and actually have the top Airbnb market in the state or in the country, in our state. So it's a very active market for them. And we had multiple bills. But I would say that, again, from the public hearing standpoint, we're seeing a lot more everyday citizens, certainly some that own properties themselves, but also a very large number of people expressing the desire to retain local management of that process.
Okay, another question, one of the issues we had here recently is with the lack of being able to annex unilaterally. Now we've had some issues. For us specifically, it was around fire service, right? We have some areas that are just outside the city limits in the ETJ that are not covered by an ESD that we had been providing fire service to or coverage of. And we were looking at ways to recruit some of the readiness expenses. Now we came up with something, but I don't know if there was, that was one of the consequences of, because we're continuing to see growth in the ETJ outside of city limits. So is there going to be some sort of effort to try and address some of those issues, or have other cities brought this up to you?
Absolutely. Issues with providing services or plans that you had for areas in there, whether that be wastewater, water, expansion of city services via police and fire, whatever the topic is. But we've actually probably the most common is water and wastewater discussions for areas that were looked to be brought out. Our large-scale developments that were planned in an ETJ that weren't yet a housing development or some commercial development. So they absolutely have been brought up, and there are cities around the state that are struggling with some of those same changes. And we're actually seeing support from a lot of developers saying they wish that cities had, especially those that are trying to get infrastructure expenses and financed in different manners. If your question is, are they going to go back and make changes that will empower more authority with the city on annexation, I think that's unlikely.
Not so much annexation, but some of the costs associated with not annexing. Is the intent to just not provide fire service to areas that are starting to develop in
that
those
was
areas?
certainly discussed in the hearings that led to the passage of the bill. That was the taxpayers of that community to decide whether or not they wanted to provide those services outside of their city limits and at what cost as an equity issue. And so that was very much discussed at the time. Right now, the most organization that we've seen around this topic is a group of citizens that have an organization that are advocating for the elimination of ETJs altogether. Now, that doesn't mean that there wouldn't be a discussion about how you provide services in those areas, because I think you would have to do that because there's also been, it's kind of ironic because there's also not a real great desire to create a whole lot of new special districts, which is what ultimately has happened when annexation
Right, you would have
hasn't been
to
used.
create a municipal utility district
For
or
financing.
emergency service district or all those other districts that are associated that are taxing entities.
Yes, sir.
So you either pay one for the city or you do something else.
Yes, sir. And
And
so,
I would add to that that the House Land and Resource Management Committee is the committee that has jurisdiction over those issues and is one of the toughest committees in the entire House for cities and local governments. So it's an uphill battle on any issue that we're working in those committees. So that's just a comment on the environment that you're working in,
but as
and where cities are viewed in that.
I'm sorry, Tammy. Councilman, one thing you brought up about targeted services in those areas, I think that's what we've tried to focus in these opportunities for the interim when we do have a hearing, we have a forum to talk to those members or to your delegation if there's something unique here, is to highlight some of those things that have happened. Because even some of the authors of the bill that were very big supportive of the changes and those limitations also recognize that maybe there needs to be a revisiting because it did interfere with regional water planning. It did interfere with some capital infrastructure plans, and it might create some inequities there on service levels too. So all those things have been discussed, but I think it's going to have to be done in a way that doesn't look like we're reeling back protections that it took 25 years for that bill ultimately to pass, or plus, might have been 30. So, and because of that, I think they're going to be very hesitant to make wholesale changes that look like they're reeling back some of that authority. So I think educating about specific topics and the true impacts to those areas or to the citizens and the taxpayers is helpful in us achieving kind of maybe getting a little relief and targeted relief on those topics.
Okay, last question on that is very specific. I mean, in terms of recouping costs or withholding services. So as I understand, we cannot withhold any services such as water or...
If you have a CCN, but for police and fire, and I'll certainly defer to city attorney and management on this, but there's no state law that requires you to undertake that outside of your jurisdiction. So water, wastewater, if you hold a CCN, obviously there's obligations to serve, but other services outside of that, are more discretionary.
Okay. And lastly, I know we had a significant conversation on the professional services and trying in getting that. Is there any movement
For
that you've seen
procurement?
for procurement? Right.
Issues. There is no standing interim charge. Now, the committees that say we want to look at opening up the procurement statutes as a whole, but the committees that have general oversight over that do have them referenced in their interim charges to look at. So it's a topic that can be. There are always procurement bills that are filed, but they're generally not global. They're usually either, say it's a road and bridge type related issue or design build type stuff, or there's issues with a lot around IT now and how some of that is procured. And so forth. But a global look at our purchasing statutes has not been undertaken yet. And as we've discussed, it's kind of back to this, it either gives you the tools to get where you're wanting to go or it creates hurdles.
All right, if you can, please monitor that. If there is an opportunity I'd be more than happy to testify on that.
Absolutely. And we have, not only within our client base, but I know within TML, it's a topic that'll be discussed in their policy process too, because it obviously affects every single city.
Okay.
We need lots of help.
Councilmember
Right,
Pusley.
thank you.
That's what we ask ourselves every day.
Councilmember Pusley.
Oh, yes, thank you. Okay, just a couple of quick questions also. So we still have time if this governing body wanted to send forth a prospective piece of legislation, we still have time to do that?
Absolutely.
Okay, good. And I'm going to reserve some of my questions for our meeting tomorrow, Tammy, so we can do it one-on-one. With respect to our permits for desalination, where are we on that, and why is it taking so long?
Certainly a good question, and I would defer some part to your team, and Tammy has some of the update, but just by way of a little bit about those permits, and I'm going to talk generically here, and this isn't to be negative towards my friends at the TCEQ, but they probably are the more deliberative moving body as it relates to permits of the nature, whether that be a water right, whether that be a discharge permit. They are long processes, and they have limited staff and resources. It's pretty much the same people that look at all the same exact permits. Okay. Over the course of the last month, I would say, having your delegation aware of the status of that and being briefed and having their staffs be able to help us monitor and ask is very helpful. It helps the agency and their executive staff know that they are going to have questions proposed, and they're going to need to have answers, and they're going to probably have follow-up from those. And that's kind of the spot that we've been in, and I think it's helping get us to a good place. I'm not a part of the technical team that's working on that because it's where it's at right now. But having your legislative delegation aware of where you are in that process and being able to inquire and ask for updates is a very helpful thing. I think you're going to see some benefits, and we already have from that. Tammy, am I missing?
No, you're exactly right, and we are in the process of actually trying to set up a meeting with Snapper and the technical team and the permitting attorney, and so we have been waiting for a couple of dominoes before we get that actually rolling. The water staff would be the ultimate ones to talk about exactly where it is, but as my understanding, the water right permit for Inner Harbor, which is the one that had the public meeting first over a year ago, they're expecting that to go to the commission late this summer. The update that we've gotten recently from the delegation has been that the TCEQ is waiting on the proposed decision from the port's SOA hearing before they will continue moving forward with the discharge permit. So they believe that there is enough major issues at play in that case that will determine the path forward for our permit, that they are waiting to move forward with ours until the proposed decision is released in June.
Okay.
And that was what was relayed to the delegation earlier this week.
Okay. I want
Or
to
late
touch
last
just a little bit, Snapper, on something that Councilman Hernandez brought up, so I can, maybe I want to be sure we understand each other, and that's with respect to emergency service districts, ESDs.
Yes, sir.
So what's happened to us here in the city, and I've been both a county commissioner and a city council member, so I've played both sides of this street.
Yes, sir.
But it was an issue as well when I was a commissioner. We have ESDs that were created and formed, and then the city annexed those areas, and now we have an ESD that's operating totally within the city limits of Corpus Christi. We have an ESD that's operating both in the city limits and outside the incorporated areas, some of which is in the ETJ, some of which is outside the ETJ. And so what it has resulted in is several things. Primarily, we now have people who live in the city limits of Corpus Christi who are paying essentially double taxation for fire protection. Many of them don't even know that. They don't realize that they're being charged a tax from the city for fire protection and a tax from ESD for fire services as well. And so if you look at the ability for cities or even counties to have an impact on that, it almost takes legislation to change that, that the options available to us to remedy those kinds of situations are very limited. So if the state leaders are really interested in, you know, relieving tax burden on people, they have to look at some of those kinds of things to understand what the situations are exactly. You know, in my case as a commissioner, I wanted to try to combine two ESDs, one who had plenty of money and one who didn't. And so I thought, well, we'll join the two, and that as well takes almost legislation for that to happen. And so it's really a perplexing situation, and I would hope at some point it's addressed at the state legislative level.
Yes, sir. And the issue that you bring up is one that is very active around the state. You know, there's always some nuance to the details about how they were either brought into the city or how they were formed.
And we can't be the only ones suffering
No,
this.
sir. No, it's actually a very significant issue in a lot of communities, particularly those that dedicated sales tax capacity to the district. That then now they don't have that option locally, even once they're brought into the cities. There has been the last 3 sessions, a lot of legislation. Last session, there was some pretty significant bills that would have empowered and created a process for ESDs to be brought into the city, some limitations on when there's conflict between their taxing jurisdictions that was there. And I suspect that we will hear about some of that over the course of the interim in the relevant committees that those go before, sometimes in land and resource management, but mainly public safety related committees.
Right.
That happen. But what you say, my understanding, I'm certainly no expert in this area, but we do have, like I said, worked on it. Undoubtedly, you will need legislation to resolve some of these conflicts.
Absolutely.
And to get a path that, like you said, that kind of that equity of how a taxpayer that might find themselves in these various jurisdictions, how they're treated for taxes and how the service levels are. And that's been the focus of some of the bills. They've generally been pretty heavily opposed by the ESDs around the state, and they're pretty active. They have their own consultants at the Capitol too that are real narrow focus on nothing but ESD related items.
Right.
And so I think having some of those discussions with some of the peer cities around the state, some of Tammy's colleagues, and understanding, because I think there probably will be some proactive initiatives that are put forward.
Yeah, and I think many times we need to sit down with our local legislative delegation and be sure they understand the issue, because unless you're down there and dealing with it on a day-to-day basis, it's a little complicated.
Absolutely, and it's one of those ones that is pretty nuanced in terms of how things get created and how they develop over time. And a lot of times we don't have ways to deal with something that made sense 20, 30 years ago, and then now we look up and it's a different situation and the statute may not account for it. Just by way of timing, because you asked about proactive bills. Bills won't start being filed for this next session, the 88th, and that'll start next January. It'll be the second Tuesday of November is when we will start having bills filed, and I know we'll be working on the agenda through that time.
Okay, and my last question is, and this is more, I was going to ask Peter, but he left the room, and maybe one of the other council members knows. I know each year the Commissioners Court that I served on, we would issue a proclamation, if you will, of different legislative items that we were in support of. Does the council normally do that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We will be working throughout the summer.
Okay.
This was kind of a step one in that process, and bringing them down, talking about interim and talking about having an opportunity to discuss with y'all the issues of importance to you. We'll be working with departments through the summer, and we normally bring late summer, September-ish timeframe, or mid-fall. anywhere from September, October. We normally bring the legislative agenda to council for discussion. We'll also be bringing our contracts, our lobby contracts for renewal later this year. And so that will happen over the course of the summer, and there'll be plenty of opportunity, and I'm happy to sit down one-on-one at any point and discuss the issues that you would like to see included in that.
Awesome.
That and these gentlemen will be here tomorrow also for us to meet with, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Well, we appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Mayor.
We're going to move on to item number 22, the last
you.
item, which is a briefing for water resource availability and drought contingency plan briefing. So do we have a staff member that is going to make a presentation? At 5 o'clock?
This is our last item, so we have a brief presentation, but
how brief?
Yeah, just a few minutes. As they come up, though, just to let you know and the community know, we are in a drought. All of Nueces County is in a extreme drought, and all of our watersheds are in a worse category, an exceptional drought. So we just want to. Today's the first conversation, but we'll have more on excuse me, on June 14 about how we can improve our drought contingency plan. I've challenged the staff to develop some recommendations that we'll bring to the council within the next 30 days to make awareness more prominent in our community, awareness of drought and our water situation. And we'll also talk about the water conservation plan more. So I'll turn it over to Mike Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, and good afternoon, everybody. We're going to go through this really quick. I know y'all have had a long day so far, so we're going to fly through this, but this is an important conversation that we need to have because the National Weather Service has declared that we're in a severe drought, extreme drought, actually. And then it's even worse the further you go up towards Austin. And just as recently as last week, LCRA curtailed their water allotment for us, and that was a critical issue for us. We had initially had our countdown clock set at 140 days if we didn't get a significant rainfall event. But with the curtailment of the LCRA, we've adjusted our countdown clock to 90 days, and you'll see that in the presentation. So we've got the Director of Water Utilities, Gabriel Ramirez, Esteban Ramos, our Water Resource Manager, and then Maria Corona, who is our Water Resource Engineer. And we're going to go through this pretty fast, so just bear with us. So, Esteban.
Next slide, please. So those are the topics we were going to discuss. So water resources, we're going to talk about the drought and past and present, and then we're going to talk about the drought contingency plan and the next steps and recommendations that we're going to have for council. Next slide, please. So the state of Texas is a big state. We have approximately 23 different river basins. And what is a river basin? It's basically when rainfall happens, it goes to a central point. And so that is typically named the large river for that particular drainage area. That's what you can think about it. So highlighted in blue are the 3 river basins that the city of Corpus Christi has water resources or sources of water from. So you have the Colorado River, you have the Lavaca, and you have the Nueces River Basin. So those are the highlighted 3 river basins that we need to make sure that we look at, we pay more attention to, we're concerned about every time we're thinking about water resources. Next slide, please. Focusing within the coastal bend, we have to also remember that the city of Corpus Christi is a wholesale water provider for nearly 500,000 people within the coastal bend. We have 4 water sources. There are 2 from the Nueces River. Those are Choke Canyon and Lake Corpus Christi, and that's conveyed down to Owen Stevens Water Treatment Plant through the Nueces. Then we look to the east, where we have 2 other water sources. We have Lake Texana, and we also have our run-of-a-river right off the Colorado River. That is brought through the Mary Rose Pipeline, which is a 141-mile pipeline, all the way down to Owen Stevens.
Right, and so the blend that we usually do is Lake Texana, about 22 million gallons per day, and Colorado River, about 22 million gallons per day. That's what we do on a daily basis, coming down the Mary Roads pipeline. And that's about 65% of the capacity of the Mary Roads pipeline. Last year for a month, we were able to push Schedule 3, which is 85% of the Mary Roads pipeline, where we're pulling about 29 million gallons from Lake Texana and another 29 from Colorado River for a total of 58 million gallons per day. And so once the demands kick up this summer, we may have to get back to that level. And it's dependent on the availability of the Colorado and also the need for it with the demands. If we can't pull Colorado, then that'll have to come from Texana, which that'll eat up our contract a little bit quicker that we have for Lake Texana water.
So today, we're what the Colorado River Authority has told us is we're riding the bubble right now of water available, water not available. Last week, it was not available, and they curtailed our water, and that initiated a lot of conversations in addition to what the National Weather Service was telling us. So we're still riding that bubble, even though we've got a couple of rain events the last few days. That's a negligible impact to the water basins that Esteban is referring to. So we're still on the bubble as far as what water is available to us in our water rights contract with the LCRA. We're riding that bubble, and so it could change, if we don't get a significant rainfall event, then most likely they're going to curtail water again. But like Gabe is saying, we've only stopped taking water from the LCRA for 1 day. And we even got approved. So it's a day-by-day approval process right now with that water supply, which is about 20% of our water supply. So
and we're approved through tomorrow, as of now.
Okay.
Yep.
So as you learned here, each water source has its unique history and characteristics that we have to deal with on a day-to-day basis to supply our region's water supply. Next slide. So I wanted to give you all a look at our water resources in action. So you have Nueces River, Choke Canyon, looking towards the front of the dam, towards the back. And then you have Lake Corpus Christi, and you have our pump and sedimentation basins on the Colorado River at Bay City. And then you have our contract water that we get out of Lake Texana. Next slide, please.
Can I just add that? Can you go back to that slide real quick? This is a great slide. I don't think we've ever seen it before, but these are the 4 water sources. Good pictures, but very good visualizations for our visual folks here. This slide, we can make this available to the council. Councilman Pusley, I know you were looking at it pretty intently. That Lake Texana, you can see that roadway going across there. Staff is telling me Lake Texana is not very deep, as evidenced by having that road go through there, but it is a lake that's replenished by coastal rains.
Yes.
Right. So it was a great source for the city. It's more available than the Colorado, which is prone to floods quicker than drought quicker than the Lake Texana.
That's exactly right. Lake Texana is a smaller, but it's in a place where it recharges a lot faster, so we get that benefit there.
Right. You can see our 2 big dam systems. The city controls and owns and built the Lake Corpus Christi Dam. And then we're part owners of the Choke Canyon system. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Thanks. So now we want to move and have a little discussion on our droughts in our area and also within the state of Texas. The state of Texas has seen extreme droughts to exceptional droughts. This is in even historic record droughts. The newest drought of record, as you can see from this timeline, would be the 2011 to 2014 drought of record. And that is an important date for not just the city of Corpus Christi and the Nueces River Basin, but for the entire state of Texas, including the Colorado. So it set a lot of records and reestablished where you sit with thinking about droughts and how they affect everybody's lives and how water is so important. Next slide, please. We wanted to show you some effects of that 2011-2014 drought. These are some pictures from Lake Corpus Christi showing how much the lake can recede or diminish. So you can see the impact to people's recreational homes along the banks of Lake Corpus Christi. Next slide, please. And so as we talk about droughts, we can talk about how quickly we come out of a drought also. So this is a picture from the National Weather Service showing August 31, 2013, when the lake was approximately 24% capacity. And then almost 2 to 3 months later, on November 3rd, 2013, the lake is back to 100% capacity. So it's you can see how dramatic rainfall can have if it comes in the right place and it's captured.
But this can also show how dramatic the drought can cause, right?
Yes, because
this is Lake Corpus Christi, so only 24% capacity, 3/4 of it are gone.
Exactly.
Right?
We don't have the crystal ball that will tell us what the next 4 months, 6 months are going to be. As much as we're in the situation, we can prepare, we can be ready, and we can look towards the future with our water supplies. But when the rain does come, we have the capability of capturing it. Next slide, please. So I want to give an update on our current conditions and where we stand. The Texas Commission on Environmental Quality publishes the Drought Monitor. This comes out every week, approximately late Tuesday, Thursday timeframe. This is last week's on May 17th. You can see Nueces County is in the extreme drought conditions. And I want to point out, more looking toward our watershed within the Nueces River Basin, the Lavaca, and then the Colorado, they are all either in extreme, severe, or exceptional drought conditions. So even with the rain that we've just received these past couple of days, I don't expect the map to change dramatically. Next slide, please. In this slide, I wanted to give kind of an update to our combined storage levels of Choke Canyon and Lake Corpus Christi versus Lake Texana. And we've kind of touched on it a little bit. Lake Corpus Christi and or Choke Canyon Reservoir are large reservoirs. They're big and they can hold a lot of water. Compared to Lake Texana, which is in the yellow, is a lot smaller, but currently the direction at the end of the graph is still heading downward. So we're losing water in our reservoir system. And that's kind of expected. We've talked about the drought. The drought is on us right now. It could deepen as we move towards the next few months when we head into the summer. Because remember, we're just in May, and typically we receive our rainfall in April and May timeframe. And so this chart just dramatically points out the conditions that we're seeing today. At this point, I want to turn the mic back over to Mike Murphy to discuss drought contingency plan.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Esteban.
Next slide.
So now we're going to get into the drought contingency plan, and we feel the city managers called our team together to start working on this because we feel now is the time that we start looking at this. We can't wait any longer. Based on the information that we've been getting from our resources, that we're at either in an extreme or exceptional drought. And without any significant rainfall on the horizon, short of a tropical storm, hurricane, or something like that, we're heading that direction. We're heading there quickly. So now, next slide. So right now, we set the countdown clock at 140 days. Now, that was prior to LCRA curtailing their delivery source to us. And then once LCR curtailed their water, Colorado River water, and now we're going day by day with Gabriel and his team in close contact with our counterparts at the LCRA. We dropped the countdown clock to 90 days. So what is a countdown clock? That's basically exactly what it sounds like. The clock is ticking without any significant rainfall, and based on our water consumption, our annual average water consumption, we're going to enter stage 1 drought in about 90 days. So that's without a significant rain, that's the direction we're heading. So what does that mean for us? What would it means if we go, or what would it mean if we go into a stage 1, stage 2, or stage 3 drought contingency? Obviously, and
these guys can tell you much better about this than I can, but it limits what we do. If we go into stage one, it actually limits what we can do as far as irrigating our lawns or our property or whatever. Our crews would take priority over water leaks and repairs, and we would put all of our efforts into maintaining that. And then the city would monitor stage one's compliance, which makes it mandatory that our residents and our customers adhere to the stage one policies. And then we ask our customers outside of the city limits to follow suit. So with that said, and then we got stage two. Obviously, it continues to get a little bit more strict as to how we would behave or how we would act, and the process we would put on our citizens and our customers as far as the next step. And instead of watering your lawn once per week, it would be every other week. Water main flushing would be limited to water quality issues, and then we would review the water usage and compliance. And in the drought contingency plan, this is all clearly outlined as to what goes and when we initiate. And the drought contingency plan gives broad power to the city manager. We could follow best management practices, and if we can go back to the previous slide. Once we hit the 40-day, 40%, that's what would initiate the stage one, and that would be all part of this 90-day plan. All right, next slide, please. Okay, so you can see stage one, combined lake levels drop below 40%. We go into stage one. That's a critical piece of what we're talking about here. And then stage two would follow at 30%, and then stage three, 20%. Now, I think we need to touch on, there is a stage 4 emergency, but that is for catastrophic events that's not necessarily related to drought. That would be more like hurricane, tornado, some act of God, something catastrophic, an act of terrorism obviously would be considered that, or just something that failed in our system that would trigger the stage 4, but that's very rare. But it is there for us to initiate. But like I said, this gives the city manager broad powers as to when we can enter stage 1. If we feel like something is more critical now than waiting till the lake levels or to our capacity levels drop below 40%, that gives the city manager the purview to do stuff like that.
I would work with the city council though on that. So one thing that we're going to bring back in that June 14 is a revisit to what used to be in the drought contingency plan about 4 or 5 years ago, which was earlier warnings to the community. When the combined lake levels got to 50%, we asked for voluntary cutbacks. To me, it seems it's almost too late when you're at 40% to start triggering some, reaction from the community. So that's just I don't want to take too much time, but on the 14th, we'll talk more about that and try to bring more awareness to the community, more conversation. I know in San Antonio, having been there for 22 years, it's a constant up there. It's a constant conversation. When water levels start dropping, people start talking about it. I had to actually call for this because it looked like we were in a drought, but nobody was talking about it. So I'm like, guys, let's get organized. This is not looking good. So point being, we're pretty quiet in the region, but we need to be more conversant about it, aware of it, and talk about it as a community, because we may not get any rain, and we could be in these extreme drought situations and water shortages. So the more we talk about it, the sooner we talk about it, I think better for the community. But go ahead, Mike.
So next slide, please. So next steps, the manager has directed the water team to start the process of internal messaging to all city departments that are large water consumers. Provide updates to the council. We'll start this process, and we'll continue to do this until we feel we're comfortably outside of the drought. We'll start the process of communicating with city council. And then messaging in the city and surrounding counties we serve using conservation. And so we will be getting with all of our large volume users. We'll be getting with large industry, and we'll start talking about this. And then also on social media, radio, billboards, TV, printed media, et cetera. We're going to be taking an aggressive approach to this because, like I said, and like we've been talking about for the desal program, it's not a matter of if another drought occurs, it's more like a matter of when the next drought occurs and how we prepare for it. And so, next slide, please. So the recommendations from the city manager are implementation of an earlier drought response stage or an educational component due to the current conditions. And this is what Peter was just talking about. In the next 30 days, we're going to be coming back to you with amendments or updates to the existing drought contingency plan. And we will go over that in great detail with you as how we progress and how we move into what is obviously a drought that is heading our direction, lacking a significant rainfall event. We're heading that way. And this was as recent a conversation we had as recent as earlier this week with the National Weather Service, and gave a very thorough report. And that's where Esteban was getting his data as far as what condition our water supply is in, and the level of drought that we're currently finding ourselves, not only here in Nueces County, but in the counties north of us around Austin, San Angelo, where we get a great deal of our water from the lower Colorado River. So that was a very quick briefing on that. And so we're here to answer any questions that you might have, but the main part of this was to let you know that we're taking a hard look at this, and the clock is ticking. We're actually at 86 days now. So.
All right, Councilmember Martinez.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I know that our plan overall is the desal plant and getting that up and running to help with our future water needs. But it feels like that's such a long way off, even if we were to be able to start pretty quickly. What are we doing to evaluate other resources for water? I know that there are a lot of other options out there, and we've talked about them here in the past, but considering the situation that we are looking at with the drought, I think it's probably a good time to reconsider those options. Specifically the other desal plant that has, offered to sell us water. I think there's some groundwater facilities that have made some overtures to us. Is that going to be part of our evaluation over the next 30 days?
It would have to be. I mean, we can't go into this with blinders on. I know that's not what anybody is saying. So the groundwater, the other people that are far ahead of us, those are all things. If we get into a drought, I think all options are on the table, because the conversation is we're not designing our desal plant to address the next drought. It's probably the one after that. We're looking square in the face of a large drought. Now, the conversations we had with the Lower Colorado River Authority is the numbers that they've got are pretty stark. The river is dry that we get our resources from on the Lower Colorado River. That's what they're telling us, it's dry. And without any significant rainfall, we are falling into that category. And they did bring up the 2011 drought, that these numbers are very similar to that. And then the National Weather Service has confirmed those numbers. That's why the city manager and the water team are taking a really serious look at this. But yes, we have to look at groundwater. You have to look at other available sources. Those are all on the table. None of them are quick. There's really nobody out there has a quick. So when you say quick, is it 24 months, 36 months, as opposed to 48 months? That's sort of what we're looking at right now. But for sure, we're going this with our eyes wide open, and the groundwater is an opportunity out there.
Okay, Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you. And I believe the groundwater was the Evacuation groundwater, which, if I recall from the RFI, they said they could get it to us within 9 months. I don't know if that's verified. I guess I can go look at their presentation back in September of 2019.
How fast could you drill wells, the number of wells that you would have to do, then you would have to tap into the Mary Roads pipeline as described, all that. I believe, 9 months is very, very short in my opinion. That would be something that would be very interesting to truly find out. But I believe they may have mentioned that. But you have to take into all those all those factors into consideration.
Extra treatment as well, if we want to remove the salts and dissolve solids that are in that water, which we'll need to do to blend it.
I appreciate the question and what the team is trying to say. Everything that we're looking at is going to take a great deal of time. Right now, we're in a not only a water drought, but we're in a resource drought also, supply chain drought of equipment, materials, and a well-field construction project is heavy on things that we're having trouble getting right now, which is pipe fittings, pumping. Everything is what used to be days or weeks is now months out. And so I would anticipate, even if they were telling us 9 months back in 2018, you could probably triple or quadruple that timeline, because that's just where we're at. I mean, that's just the world we're living in right now. And so we would have to look at that. I mean, we're dealing with large pipe to get the Holly Avenue water, or Holly Road water tower back online, and we had to literally work different chains of supply chains just to get pipe to get the water tower online. That was months and months and months. And
Okay,
so
I'm guessing,
yeah,
so by what you're saying is, I guess now is the time to reach out to see what that would look like?
we could. I mean, obviously, as the drought approaches and we head this way, that's what we would do something like that.
Well, I mean, if you're looking at the drought record, it lasted, what, 3 years?
Mhm.
So, I mean, I don't know if this is going to be that kind of scenario, but I don't want to, say, well, we're not sure, and then just kind of dilly-dally. I guess now would be the time to at least ask a question, see what's changed since their last presentation, and ask if that might be an option. If anything, it'll get us, might be something that gets us through, right? I don't know when we're going to get this desal thing going, and if Lower Colorado River is not reliable, that creates, that's an issue. So, maybe
it is an issue, and that's why we're bringing it up. I mean, we have got to look at this. This is serious. I mean, this is, you guys remember the 2011 drought and the cost it had to our city and cities around the country, and the state, not the cities around the state.
As I recall, Wichita Falls had some real significant issues.
Yeah.
They
So
did.
Lubbock did also.
They went to direct reuse.
Was that toilet to tap?
That's the nomenclature that they use,
Yeah.
but direct reuse was actually.
Or, same thing for us. We have wastewater outfalls that we can treat. I think Veolia made a presentation on that in terms of water treatment. I mean, I don't want to close the door to anything, but, I guess now would be the time to be reaching out to ask those questions.
Yeah.
What's your time frame? I think the Veolia one would probably be too long, but the maybe Evangeline could be our savior in a sense. Oddly enough, the way it's named, but something along those lines. The other thing I want to ask, and please get back to me or get back to council on what they say.
Sure.
Okay. The other one, in the drought contingency plan, I want to say when we approved it, there was, we looked at the leakage in our system. Obviously, that becomes more important if we have, water issues. So I know we're spending $30 million this year in terms of replacing water lines. Some of it, a good chunk of that is what's going underneath the ship channel, but we are replacing water line as we go along. Can you give us an idea of where we are on finding those leaks and making sure that we're not losing water into the system? Because even at 7% is a significant amount of water.
Yeah, so we did a presentation actually about a month and a half ago where we had our assistant director over infrastructure, Wes Nebgen, was here. And there was something that overshadowed that conversation. I can't remember what it was, but we actually made a presentation to council on our water line replacement program of where we're at, and it's around 40,000 linear feet per year that we've done. And so over the last 3 years, it's been close to 120,000 linear feet, and we're even ahead of that. Gabe talked about that, but where we are this year as far as how far ahead of the curve we are on that because of the money that we put into our capital program.
Right, and our number of leaks has decreased this year compared to last year, but we've had a few here recently. But yeah, we're constantly replacing the pipes out there, and about 50,000 linear feet is what we've done so far this year, I believe.
And it shows in our water loss
Combined.
audit. And each year we have to do a water loss audit for the state of Texas.
So what are we doing
that's
now?
at
I mean,
5.8%.
what are we losing currently? I mean, is it
What were we, 6 or 7?
5.8% in 2021.
6, yeah.
what does that equate in gallons per day?
We're at, per capita, we're at 62 gallons per day. And
No,
that is good.
total, not per
No,
capita.
total,
Oh.
you're asking total water loss. So we produced about 28 billion gallons of water, and then we're looking at 6% of that lost. So what's 6% of 28 billion? That's about 1.7 million gallons.
Millions, 1.7 million gallons. That's a lot of water.
It's a lot of water. And it's, one of the things the city manager likes to refer to is due to decades of neglect, we are really making huge steps in addressing that on the water issue. And like I said, we can send you a copy of the presentation we made
No,
about
no,
4
I
months
mean,
ago that's got all the data.
I guess so. What I'm saying here is that probably should be pushed forward as well. Whatever
Oh, it
we're
abso-
doing
it's
there
part-
to try
it-
and
it-
to try
yes.
and limit. I mean, I understand you have to respond to them quicker, right? Anytime you have
Oh,
a
yeah.
break, there's
Yes.
an emergency response. But in terms of actually going out and proactively trying to find these things beforehand, so we're not losing the water, millions of gallons a year. Where that would make a lot of sense. I mean, to be more proactive, maybe bring up some of our capital improvement projects to try and improve that process. I mean, these are steps that, that you did not mention, right?
Yeah.
So in looking at that, I think, those two things is what we,
Yeah.
we should also look at and try to improve.
100%
Yeah.
agree. But we're a victim of the other drought that I talked about, the supply chain, material droughts
got
that
you.
we're having and all that. Just talked to Wes, what was it, last week, we were talking
Right.
about how long it takes us just to get pipe, because there's a war out there that you guys aren't familiar with, and that's the war of getting plastic pipe.
No, I get
Every
it.
city in the country is hammering the providers for that material, fittings, pipe, everything is
Oh,
a
yeah, we hear
competition.
it. I mean, if you talk to any of the developers,
It
they're-
is a battle
they're-
between municipalities
Yeah.
and industrial right now for that material.
Yeah, we're having to get creative with our procurement strategies with that,
Yeah.
definitely.
But yeah, we agree with you, Councilman, 100% on what you're saying. There's no argument at all there.
Okay.
Thank
you.
Councilmember Pusley.
Yeah, okay. I guess that pretty well covered me. Michael, I'd just say this council has been pushing your department really hard on this desal deal, and I appreciate that, and I know y'all have all worked really hard on that and at our behest. But now we've got to pivot, and we need to pivot in a direction that'll get us some short-term solutions here, and we need to do that pretty quickly. So we need to get, or you need to get people designated in your office that are going to take those things and move them forward as rapidly as possible, so that we show the community that we are able to do that.
Sure.
And whatever it takes to make that happen. We're in a short supply situation here with respect to water, and as Councilman Martinez said, we need to look at all the options, and we need to be ready to implement those options if we need be. We don't want to be standing around here and have a
Yes, sir.
another replay of what happened in the years you're talking about. So anything we can do to move that forward, I think your
Thank you very
department
much.
really needs to do that.
Yes, sir. We'll do.
Be flexible and.
Okay.
Councilmember Martinez.
Yeah, and because time is of the essence on this so much, I would ask that whatever the options are, whether it's talking to the Evangeline guys or the CC Polymers or whoever it is, if we could invite them to be here so that we don't have to go with you as an intermediary, if there are any questions, so that we can get them addressed kind of in real time at our meeting. I think that'd be really helpful and help to kind of move the process a little quicker. So, if we can invite them to the next meeting where we get an update or recommendations, I think it'd be great to have them here.
Okay.
All right, well, that's all the comments that we have.
Okay, thank you all. Appreciate it.
All right, and there being no further business, this meeting is adjourned.